All right, we are live on YouTube.
Good evening and welcome. I would like to call the December 22nd, 2021 Henrietta Town Board meeting to order. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Here.
Councilmember Stafford,
Here.
Councilmember Safranek,
Here.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Here.
Supervisor Schultz.
Here. We'll begin tonight with a silent prayer followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes of the preceding meetings?
Supervisor Schultz, I make a motion to approve the minutes from the preceding meeting on December 8th, 2021.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Councilmember Safranek,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. First up, I have an off-agenda resolution. Fellow board members, I have resolution 27-336, 2021. Whereas Robert Barley Jr. served on the zoning board from July 1st through 2006 through December 31st, 2017, and has served as town council member for 4 years since being elected in November 2017, along with town supervisor Steve Schultz and town council member Mike Stafford. And whereas Rob has been an instrumental part of the movement for a more transparent and responsive town government that the 2018-19 town board of Steve Schultz, Rob Barley, Mike Stafford, Rick Page, and Scott Adair initiated, and that the 2021 town board of Steve Schultz, Rob Barley, Mike Stafford, Millie Safranek, and Lisa Bolsner has continued. And whereas significant legislative achievements include the development and/or implementation of the Farmland Protection Plan, the Comprehensive Land Use Plan update, the update for incentive zoning and solar codes, the implementation of a number of green initiatives, numerous town code improvements, and an increased emphasis on diversity, inclusion, and accessibility. And whereas significant operational improvements include the construction of the library, improvements to the recreation center and the west wing of Town Hall, expansion of the highway department for improved plowing capabilities, numerous improvements to town parks, as well as the addition of new town parks and facilities. And whereas Rob will continue his service to the town as a member of the Henrietta Planning Board, therefore be it resolved that the Henrietta Town Board recognizes the commitments and achievements of Robert Barley Jr. while on the town board and thanks his family for sharing his time with the rest of us.
Second.
So gonna miss you, Rob.
Thank you for allowing me to serve and had a great 4 years. I appreciate it.
I very much appreciate it. You know, as I've said to you guys and others, it's no offense to these two ladies, but the first town board that I ever served on, you guys will always have a special place in my heart. And, you know, again, I like to think we made a lot of really positive changes and couldn't have done it without you guys.
Thanks a lot. Very proud of that. Thanks. I'm glad to be on the team with you guys.
And we will miss your sense of humor.
I'll be back to make someone laugh somehow.
And I'm gonna do a photo with the three of us.
Okay.
Before I move on to the next resolution, any further discussion or comments? Thank you. On behalf of Rob.
Thank you to everyone here. Thanks a lot. Appreciate the hand clapping.
Becky, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Abstain or aye?
Aye on this one.
Aye, yeah, aye, yep.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolzner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Fellow board members, I have resolution 27-337, 2021. Whereas Michael Stafford became active at town board meetings beginning in 2014 and attended most meetings ever since, and has served as town council member for 4 years since being elected in November 2017, along with town supervisor Stephen Schultz and town council member Rob Barley. And whereas Mike has been an instrumental part of the movement for a more transparent and responsive town government. Do you want me to read the whole thing, or I can read the whole thing again or jump to the part that changes?
Go ahead, jump to the part changes.
Okay.
I think we're gonna have a long night anyway.
I agree. And whereas Mike will continue his service to the town as member of the Board of Commissioners for the Henrietta Fire District. Therefore, be it resolved that the Henrietta Town Board recognizes the commitment and achievements of Michael Stafford while on the town board and thanks his family for sharing his time with the rest of us.
Second.
Uh,
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody. It's been I was gonna do it at the end, but thank everybody. It's been a great 4 years. Thank the people of the town of Henrietta for having the honor and the privilege of serving on the town board. And my family, they went through a lot too, a lot of hours to put in. I don't think most people realize how much time is involved in this. And the other thing is main thing is the men and women who work for the town of Henrietta actually make us look really good.
Right.
We usually deal with the department heads. I'm referring to also to the men and women who are out there plowing our roads, out there making our parks nice. Our library, the people at the library, the people at the rec center, people making sure that when you flush your toilet, it goes away. So just really want to thank everybody, and really worked hard to make a more transparent government that I don't believe we had before. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to thank you both for welcoming Lisa and I when we came onto the board and showing me the ropes and how things were supposed to go. I really appreciate having you here and having your support and mentorship. So thank you both.
You're welcome, and you did the same for me.
And I want to thank both of you as well. It's been a pleasure serving with both of you. I've learned a lot from both of you, and I'm certain that we'll see each other around in the community. So thank you very much.
Any further comment? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
I'll abstain on this one.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolzner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Thank you very much. And if you guys could, if someone could take the pictures for us.
We're gonna be masked, huh?
Yeah,
We'll show the times, huh?
it's kind of the time. We're gonna be within, unless we want to stand really far apart and someone have wide angle.
I can take a photo.
Okay, that'd be great. Let me make sure I give you the right one here. You got it, Lisa? No. Want to be up here or? I'll be a thorn between two roses.
Right. Someone might get mixed up for the Spanish flu. Thank you.
Not black and white.
Thank you very much, Steve.
Now return you to your regularly scheduled agenda.
Ready for me to go?
Yep.
Supervisor Schultz and fellow board members. I have resolution number 27-338, 2021. Whereas the Seeing Henrietta Through Your Eyes contest received a number of creative, thoughtful, and thought-provoking submissions. And whereas the contest committee carefully considered each submission to identify images that met the contest criteria and reflected a variety of perspectives on Henrietta. And whereas the committee selected 12 winning entries from 4 local artists that will be displayed as the banner photo on the town website, one each month, every month in 2022. Therefore, be it resolved that the Henrietta Town Board thanks everyone who submitted art for the contest and congratulates the 4 winning artists. Dave Belvo, sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, I am really sorry. Gabriel Ponte Fleary, Christina Mercadal, and Louise Procope. I am sorry, guys. I'm sure I mispronounced every one of you, so I apologize. Congratulations. And then we're going to have one of you come up one at a time, and we've got something for you as well. Adrian, do you want to come up?
Wait,
Congratulations to
hold on.
everyone.
Mike gets the second first.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Second.
I
Okay, now go
apologize.
ahead. So we've got Adrian, do you want to be in this picture?
Adrian, come on up. Becky should be here too.
Yeah.
I don't know if Becky's going to leave her post.
I'm sorry, it gets complicated. Do you want me to run away?
It's up to you whether you want to be in the photo too, since you had a huge part of this.
Okay, all right, I'll run in.
Okay. You can call the roll
So-
from the table.
Do we want to have Dave come up first? Dave's online. Okay, how about great
Wait,
Gabe?
hold on.
Whoop. I see there's a picture up at the top. Gabriel. Gabriel.
Ready? Not anyone's way, right? Get 2. 1. I don't see anybody smiling. There we go. Got 2. Thank you. Yeah, you said.
Yeah, oh, that I know, yeah. Yeah, there's a mic right there if you want to call from right there. Any further comments before we call the roll?
I just want to thank everyone for your submissions, and I know that the winning submissions are all beautiful, and I'm sure that every single picture that was submitted was a great representation of Henrietta. So thank you all for participating, and congratulations on being selected.
And for other artists out in the audience, both here or online, I'm sure this isn't going to be the only year we do this.
Oh, yeah, I know Dave's on, should I go back? Dave's online. I don't know if he wanted to say anything.
Okay, why don't,
Let me go just double check.
and then you can just call the roll from in there. Thanks.
Yeah, we had some great submissions. It was really exciting to see them. And based on the committee talking, we would like to continue this every year. It's just really fun to see what people come up with. So start taking your photos for next year.
Dave, I know you're online. I don't know if you wanted to say anything at all, but if you did, feel free to take the floor.
Do you have to unmute?
He's a panelist, so he has the ability on his own.
Right. If you're saying anything, we're not hearing you.
Looks like we just wanted to view. But congratulations anyway, Dave.
Any further comment? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Okay, first up on the public hearing, we have application number 2020-003, Delaware River Solar, formerly Namaste Solar, to modify the existing approval to allow additional clearing of trees for the Remelt Solar Project. So to explain what we've been doing in this process, the Delaware River Solar came back to the town to ask to expand the amount of tree clearing and cutting that they had originally proposed beyond what we had considered for the special use permit and with the associated seeker action. Seeker is State Environmental Quality Review Act. So the town board went and made a trip out to the site along with members from the town staff to review precisely what they wanted to do. Before I read the list of what we had determined, is there any modification to that? Did any, or is everybody in agreement with, did I capture accurately our consensus from previous meetings?
I believe so.
Okay.
So
So a couple things, to let Delaware River know, one of the things we had an issue with was what we consider to be clearing and what you guys said was just selective cutting and topping of trees. To us, if you cut a tree off a few inches above the ground, that's clearing, whether you remove the stump or not. It may not be clearing land, but as far as we're considered, it's clearing trees, especially if you get rid of all trees a few inches above the ground. So with that said, I'll go through, basically the town board believes that this proposed additional clearing, the way it is currently proposed, does not comport with the representations and parameters of the special use permit approved by this board on February 26, 2020, per application number 2020-003, and as proposed will require a new special use permit application and approval and seeker determination unless it is significantly altered to satisfy the concerns of the town board as expressed below. So here's what we believe. The town board has no objection to the removal of any dead tree or scrub trees such as poplar, aspen. You can work with our town staff to, as far as what do we specifically consider to be a scrub tree, although it's usually fairly obvious. So any of those trees within the expanded tree activity area, which is what we've defined as the areas that you've presented to us, we have no objection to the removal of any dead tree or scrub tree within that area. The town board does, however, have an objection to what it considers the unnecessary removal of trees, and especially older growth hardwoods, when that tree is to the north of the solar arrays and sufficiently distant so as not to present an immediate fall risk to the solar arrays. The town board does not consider a risk to the fencing to be sufficient grounds for the removal of a tree. Number 3, the town board does have an objection to what it considers the unnecessary removal of trees to the east and west of the solar arrays to reduce shading through the method of cutting them a few inches above the ground when a true topping of the tree, similar to the practice employed by utility companies under utility lines, could eliminate the vast majority of shading. The town board does not consider shading that occurs as the sun is near the horizon just after sunrise or just before sunset to be sufficient grounds for the removal of the tree. The town board does have an objection to what it considers the unnecessary removal of trees to the south of the solar array to reduce shading through the method of cutting them a few inches above the ground when the true topping of the tree, similar to the practice employed by utility companies under utility lines, could eliminate the vast majority of shading, especially since the trees are to the north of taller evergreens that are on an adjacent property and are part of an agricultural windbreak that cannot be removed. The town believes the majority, if not all of these hardwood shade trees could be topped so as to eliminate the majority of shading as well as potential for damage to the solar arrays from tree fall. Number 5, the town board approves of the plan to add additional tree screening to the west of the solar arrays where there are clear lines of sight between the adjacent residential properties to the west of the solar arrays. The town board recommends the cultivation of Christmas trees as over 6 acres of this agricultural activity was displaced by the solar arrays. And as Christmas trees are harvested prior to growing tall, they will not present a shade effect nor a fall risk to the solar arrays. The town board does authorize Delaware River Solar to top any Christmas tree planted in this manner should the farmer/property owner fail to harvest them when they have achieved what would present a shade effect or a fall risk to the solar arrays. Number 6, the town board recommends the cultivation of new evergreens along the southern property line so as to replace some of the agricultural wind screening that will be lost when the scrub trees are removed along the southern property line. Said evergreen should be a native species that will flourish in the shade of the mature evergreens that compose the agricultural wind screening on the parcel to the south. Number 7, the town board recommends against the use of American arborvitae trees as additional screening, as they are particularly prone to deer predation and would most likely be dead very quickly, thus defeating their purpose of additional screening. That was a proposed addition in the wetlands. There were 3 different species. We believe that American arborvitae should not be included there. Number 8, the town board believes that by removing the large number of trees as proposed within the additional tree activity areas, that this would create a significant adverse impact under seeker laws and that would issue a positive declaration seeker determination and a suspension of the special use permit until such a time as those potential significant adverse impacts could be mitigated or an environmental impact study could be completed that proposed alternatives to the areas of objection of the town board. And number 9, the town board believes that should the developer propose alternative plans that address the objections and concerns raised by the town board and mitigate the potential adverse impacts from the proposed tree removal within the additional tree activity area, then the town board will reaffirm its original negative declaration seeker determination and update special use permit number 2020-003 to reflect the modified plans as mutually agreed upon by the developer and the town board. So that's the list that we've got. You know, unfortunately, again, that basically we're not making a seeker determination tonight. We're informing the developer that as if we were to make a determination tonight, we would most likely issue a positive deck, which for those who don't know seeker, a positive declaration means we're saying, yes, there is a unmitigated potential adverse impact that would have to be addressed either through mitigation or through the completion of environmental impact study. This will give them plenty of time before the next meeting, which is in January, to work with town staff and the town board. They can work through me and I'll communicate back to the town board to basically put together, to alter their plans so as to address each of the above objections. Is there somebody from Delaware River Solar present or online?
Yes, Supervisor, this is Dan Campitello with Delaware River Solar.
Hi, Dan. So we'll
Good evening.
obviously get you this out. You know, like, so it didn't change from what I spoke to you on the phone about the other day while waiting to get the confirmation from the town board. But, you know, like I said, I do think most of the issues we're trying to strike a balance here between protecting the natural environment, especially in the southwest quadrant where that's some of our, you know, in the rural residential district, that's where we have the most open space, the most green, the most agriculture. And it seems contradictory to wipe out a ton of trees in order to put up solar energy. That the argument is that it then, you know, so that you put up solar because it has a less of a carbon footprint. Well, if I take a bunch of trees away to put it in place, I've kind of defeating some of that benefit. So we do understand the issues of shading and think that those can be addressed as well as fall. But that can be addressed by topping rather than what I'll call bottoming, where you cut the tree down at the bottom. Do you have any questions?
I have some comments to provide on this. And so the resolution that you just read, can you provide that to us? We have not read that yet or seen that.
Yeah, again, the reason I didn't provide it is because of the length and complexity of it. I wanted to give the town board plenty of time to, you know, I had done my best to capture the consensus, but I needed them to have time to review it to make sure I hadn't missed anything or that I hadn't characterized anything. So, but yes, I will send that out tonight. And, you know, like I said, you'll have plenty of time to review it and have discussion to
Sure.
to get this corrected.
Right. I'd like to just as this is a public hearing, just so that there is no perception that we're clearing a large amount of trees. We're proposing to clear, and by your terminology, to cut and clear are the same meaning. I believe 1.28 acres of trees around the perimeter of the project. So I just don't want the public to feel that this is a large amount of trees being cut. That's approximately 1.238 acre area around the perimeter of the roughly 30 some odd acre site. So it is just to kind of go in and selectively address areas that are creating shading hazards or shading buffers on the project. As we know, solar panels don't work when there's shade cast on them. And as the town board knows from the site visit and site visits that were taken over the past few months, the trees that are of concern are not necessarily as tall enough to cast that shade yet, but could over the life cycle of the project. And so we're just looking to have some certainty with the site plan that the shading buffer can be brought back to a state as it is now. We also are more than willing to work with the town to address the visual gap that that we weren't aware of and the town wasn't aware of until we got into construction. So we absolutely will fill that gap in and screen that area. Any other area that the town is concerned about with removing a tree, we're also more than happy to replace that on site with something that would not have a fall hazard or shading hazard risk or shading buffer risk. I think that the real goal here is to make sure that the system operates to its fullest potential and has the ability to supply solar power to people who can't access it right now, whether they can't build their own system or don't want to or would just prefer not to. That's the majority of people in the country that just can't build their own systems. That's why we build community solar projects. So our main goal is to make sure that they're operating as efficiently and effectively as possible. And to do that, we need to remove the shading buffer.
Right.
The fall hazards that we identified, and you saw the specific trees. We were under the assumption that those were Christmas trees prior to the construction. And it was only after we started that we realized that those are actually 80-foot tall oak trees that could not only fall on the panels, but also on the fence itself.
I'm going to push back on that one because the delineation of the woods and the delineation of the groves of Christmas tree were different. So, but the other thing I'll note that the reason we consider it to be a significant change is on seeker FV, the full environmental. What's it, yeah. Thank you. Couldn't remember the A. The environmental assessment form, part 1, E1B, filled in by the project developer, said that it was only going to clear 0.72 acres. And now you're talking to go to essentially almost triple that in total that would be removed. Again, that was outside of the 6+ acres of Christmas trees that we knew were going to be displaced.
Right.
So like I said, that's why we consider it to be a significant change from what was previously approved under the special use permit and the seeker process.
Understood. And we agree too that seeker does need to be addressed in this way as well. And we appreciate the work the town is doing on that behalf, on that front.
And the other thing I will point out is one of the challenges, main points of disagreement we're going to probably have is that we don't consider a tree of, even if you went with a larger size caliper that you could plant, to be a sufficient replacement for 150-plus-year-old majestic oak tree. So
that's true. Keep in mind
also
also that those are the landowner's trees. They're not our property. They're not in our leased area. And the landowner does have the right to harvest those trees from his property if he chooses.
he absolutely
it's something
does.
we don't want to prevent him from being able to do that. And we just want to caution the town to word your resolution in a way that wouldn't prevent the landowner from enjoying and using his land how he sees fit.
That's not an issue. If he wants to harvest them for timber, or if he wants to harvest them for, any agricultural reasons or other reasons of his own, that's fine. But when it's tied into this 25-acre solar array, so if there's any pressure from you to the landowner through your contract with him to have him clear them, that does fall under the seeker action. So if they're being cleared for purposes of shading or fall risk or anything like that tied to the solar arrays, then it does come under the seeker. If he decides that he wants to sell oak hardwoods, he has a right to clear it. Those are two separate uses. And I mean, to be honest, from when you get to agricultural, we couldn't stop them if we wanted to, not that we would, but agricultural laws typically precede any determination we make here. So, but again, the use you're proposing with a solar array is not agriculture, and in fact is displacing 25 acres of farmland, which we agreed when we created the farmland protection plan that additional revenue for the farm will help these small farms stay afloat. But we also said that we were going to be very protective of the rest of the land. And that includes both the agricultural use as well as the screening use, to keep the land, to keep the panels so they're not impinging on neighboring properties.
Understood, and I'm glad we've clarified this.
Yep, thank you. Mike?
Yeah, I got, thanks, Dan. Just want to ask a question. Do you plan on providing this board the information that I requested? Which was, if you don't recall, it was how much, with this clearing, if you got everything you wanted, how much more energy would be produced?
I'm sorry, that was Councilman Stafford speaking,
Yes.
right? I'm still waiting on that requested information to come in.
Okay.
And
I think it's important the residents know that some of these trees, as Councilman's, the supervisor referred to, are well over 100 years old. So some, and I don't want to see any pressure put on the landowner to remove them. So I think it's very important we make it very clear in any resolution that you will not ask him to remove any other trees. Would they be willing to do that?
Who would be willing to do that?
Would it, I mean, if we pass it,
Willing.
would, you know,
I'm not sure what that is.
well, if we go into this, we put in something that they will not
Pressure or?
pressure or require the landowner to remove the trees. I'm not sure what the contract says between the landowner and the developer.
I don't know whether we can stipulate anything with regards to their contract, and Dan Mastrella, I believe, is online.
I am.
Thank you. But we could certainly make it clear that, the removal of any trees for solar, I gotta believe the removal of any trees for solar arrays would be a violation.
And can I interject?
Absolutely.
So I think where things stand right now are that the special use permit that was previously issued is still valid. But the proposal that they're making right now does not comport with that. So they need to modify their proposal to meet with the board's approval in order to be within the parameters of the previously issued special permit and not have to come in with a new application and get a new approval. And the board has been very straightforward in directing the applicant with what the board would like to see and what the board expects from the applicant. And I think it now becomes a process of negotiation between town staff and the applicant as to what modifications may be allowed. And certainly in the course of that, the applicant has the ability to reassure the town that they will not pressure or require the landowner to remove, certain trees that have been identified as really worthy of surviving this whole process.
Great. Thank you, Dan.
So I just want to make everybody aware that I was very much in favor of this project there, when it came to us, and thought it was a great thing. But they got their permit for the amount of land they wanted. And one way they could have resolved this issue, instead of removing an extra 1.2 acres of land, reduce their solar panels by 1.2 acres. And they knew what the special use permit was for to start with, and they should have lived within those means. And if they can't, well then I don't know if they should get more trees removed.
I will point, they don't necessarily have to reduce the number of solar panels because any of the trees, it's only partial shading. So they would just not get maximum efficiency.
And that's why I requested
Right.
to know how much energy, the extra energy they would gain by this, and I haven't gotten that answer yet.
Any further questions? Dan? Any comment? Oh, go ahead.
I think just the sorry, in terms of coordinating with staff, who at the town should we be coordinating with supervisor?
Chris Martin and or Craig Eckert. So that's Director of Engineering and Planning, Chris Martin, and Deputy Town Supervisor Craig Eckert. I would copy them both in.
Understood.
Good evening, everyone. Craig Eckert, Deputy Town Supervisor. I just wanted to make 2 points. I guess I was talking with Chris in the back, trying to do so quietly. I guess I'm under the information, and we can check with this later, that the special use permit, the mitigation of that special use permit, being the landscaping buffer, which was provided around the property, part of that mitigation would have to stay regardless of farming mitigation or anything else, because it's a landscaping buffer by seeker mitigation. So I'm not aware that, I always treated that as in with any other construction project, that buffer would hold regardless of anything else to that. The other question I guess I have off of that is I'm understanding we're only dealing with the one property that the solar panels are on. The farm was parceled out for this solar field, right? And I know the other farm acres is part of the mitigation.
There's multiple parcels that are associated with this one single farm. The solar panel area themselves was parceled out because it has to be taxed differently than the surrounding land.
Correct.
The buffer largely exists on what I'll call the surrounding parcel.
Okay.
And then there is an additional parcel to the south, which includes most of the prime farmland.
Right.
So there's two types of agricultural that take place on this farm. One is the aforementioned Christmas tree orchard. And then the second is more traditional row crops that are grown on the prime agricultural to the south. On the other side of that row of evergreens that I mentioned that provide the windbreak for that farm, that is on a separate parcel. Those were not included in their what I've referred to as the additional tree activity area. Those
Okay.
are outside the additional tree activity.
But that southern parcel, though, all those other parcels, were they listed in with the seeker?
They are for the whole special use permit because again, under our solar codes, and in this case, because the solar codes hadn't been fully adopted yet, we did it as addendums to their special use permit or provisions, because this was essentially our test case for the solar arrays. You can do a maximum of 25% of the farm acreage, so you have to identify all of the acreage on the farm. Now, again, it depends what you're talking about because there was no disturbance out there. From a seeker standpoint, we weren't really looking at, in other words, there were no plans to disturb. So we weren't looking at what would be the impact of disturbing that prime soil. Well, there was no disturbance, so we didn't look at it. But
Yeah. I was just,
I don't know from the way you're asking it, but again, it is absolutely part of the special use permit.
Okay.
And
usually the property line is a difference in a seeker. I was making sure that both properties were part of the seeker, that we could act on the tree clearing on another property.
we could.
Okay, so that's what I was just trying to clarify too. The other item that I think we also requested prior in our previous meeting was the as-built of the fence as it sits in comparison to what was requested. That I know that was part of the record drawing request anyway. We requested that location so that we could understand, I think, the pro or con of where this thing sits.
Absolutely, because to your point, if the fence line is inside, we've been doing everything relative to the fence line. If the fence line's changed, if we're going to determine how this affects the original approval, we need to know.
Right. They could be inside of that fence and that they
Right.
could still be within that limit, or they could be outside of it. And then we're
Right.
looking at even more. So that's, I think, a clarification point we should have.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Steve, do you plan on sending somebody out to actually mark the trees or do something so when, so if this does go through, nobody gets confused and takes down wrong trees?
Yes, whatever, when we're ready, trees, it'll be clear as to which trees can be topped and which trees can be removed. So those are the two words I'm planning on using going forward. Dan, rather than, we're going to keep clearing out of it since you're not removing stumps. So removed means to cut it down, low to the ground, and the tree is effectively gone, other than its stump. Topping basically means I pick a height, again, like the utilities do. I pick a height, let's say it's 14 feet, 16 feet, 18 feet, whatever it is, and I cut the tree off there and any limbs that protrude above that height. And then the third thing that could potentially happen is limb removal, trimming or removal. So for instance, if it's a hardwood and there is one branch that is extending towards the array that's casting shade or creates a fall hazard, it's possible we could just remove that limb. But those are essentially what we're going to use for our terminology for the three activities. Keep clearing out of it since we disagree on what that term means. Does that work?
Right, and just as this is a public setting too, we do need to maintain the definition of clearing as it pertains to the joint permit application issued by the DEC, because there is a very specific, we cannot clear in the wetland buffer that is prescribed in the permit itself. So we just need to make sure that terminology stays clear as it affects the permit, the work done under that permit.
So clearing
And
will,
it's fine if the town wants to define tree clearing, just however you want to define it.
well, no, we're going to leave clearing means remove the stump, but tree removal is either clearing or cutting the tree, just above the ground or in a manner that results in the death of a tree, intentionally results in the death of a tree.
Okay, great. I think the only other question I have is, has the town board considered, in where there is concern about trees being, removed for shading buffers or fall hazards, the replacement of those trees? Does the town board feel that makes a difference? We've offered to do that, but I think that there's just a tendency to lean on the fact that all of these trees are being taken out. We're not proposing that. We are proposing to add additional trees in. We do have to add additional trees inside of the wetland buffer where we were approved by the DEC to cut trees in that area. But where there is a 100-foot tall oak, where we may not be able to just take off a few branches to avoid a fall hazard or a shading buffer, does the town feel it is worthwhile to replace that tree if it just is absolutely necessary to keep the system running efficiently?
So that if we have to remove a valuable tree, yes, we would expect it to be replaced. But we do not consider, again, some of the stuff that you consider to be worthy of removing a tree, we do not. And so for those particular trees, we do not consider remove and replace to be a sufficient solution. And that's where we're going to have to negotiate. Okay?
Understood.
Any comment from the public, either in the room or online?
I have one thing to say, Mr. Supervisor.
Sure.
Dan, does your company have the technology and instruments to, in the future, if a tree happened to grow and do some shading, to pick that up and bring it to the owner and say, we're not getting the proper usage out of our solar panel because it's grown to this point?
Yes, we do. That would be
So-
part of the operation of the project.
Okay, because, you know, a lot of the trees that we walked through and saw, and they were of age and whatnot, and some were very young, but the opinion of those there would say, cut those now before they grow up to get in the way of the solars. And some of those were going down and cascading down a hill on the west side towards the new development. And I wasn't real comfortable cutting those trees down because they're so small right now and it was a big area. But knowing that you have this technology and that you are willing to mitigate your plan, I'm very happy to hear that you are willing to mitigate.
Dan, from a procedural standpoint, should we pass this resolution since it basically just makes clear what our position is?
No,
Yes,
I would,
Mr.
I would rather you did not, as we have not reviewed it.
That doesn't, to be honest, that's wrong, Dan. Sorry. That's not Dan Compatella. That's Dan. Mastrella.
Okay.
It's not essential that you do so. By the same token, it's really just expressing that the plan as proposed is not within the parameters of the special permit and offering the opportunity to negotiate a resolution that would be within the parameters of the special permit. The
Right.
town board is the arbiter of its own, not only its own legislation, but its own decisions. So it's within your purview to make those determinations.
Right, thank you. So I am going to propose that we put this forward. Again, Dan Compatella, it's just making clear that we believe that what you've proposed does not fall within the bounds of the special use permit. And so it gives you the chance to modify that before we rule that before we suspend the special use permit and start the process over again. So it's just, again, I don't want this to be just coming from me. This is a town action, so therefore it should be, in my opinion, approved by the town board. But this does not, again, you can continue to work on your solar arrays. Your special use permit is still in place as long as you're following the original plan. And then you can work with town officials and myself to basically put together a revised cutting plan so that one that does overcome these objections and what we consider these objections addressed to what we consider to be significant adverse impact. So if you can mitigate all of those, then there won't be any seeker issue. And then we'll just, again, in another resolution, we would basically reaffirm the negative declaration and we would update the special use permit to incorporate the revised plans. If we're unable to come to any such arrangement, then we would have to go down a different path, but this doesn't.
Understood, Supervisor. I just feel uncomfortable agreeing to this outright without having read and even seen the resolution. So
It's not something you get to agree to this part. This is us making a determination that we do not believe what you put forth to us meets that's our determination as the lead agency on seeker. You can make, again, whether you agree with us or not is irrelevant. Is that correct, Mr. Mastrella?
In essence, yes.
Okay.
Are we going to add a number 10 on there that they cannot force the landowner to harvest any other trees?
Harvest any other
It-
trees?
Or do we put that,
I think that comes part of the negotiation as to what stays and what doesn't.
right?
So I wouldn't do that at this point.
If
You're going to need another resolution
Right.
ultimately to, if they satisfy you, to then reaffirm the special permit as modified by their accommodations. So you don't need to do that at this time.
To answer your
Okay.
question.
If we vote against this, that means they have to live within what they have now, right?
Again, not whether you vote against this. This is stating that we don't agree. We don't believe that what they proposed. This does not authorize them to change it. When it comes back, when their plan comes back, if we vote that down, they would have to stay within the current confines. But this is basically making it clear that the town board, as lead agency, does not believe that their plan meets either the special use permit or the seeker that was associated with it.
My
And
understanding is this is giving weight to the negotiations for the
Right.
specific trees and the areas that we want to
Right.
protect.
So we're saying you can't just do what's in the plan. You either have to live with the original or you have to come back with a modified plan that does meet that does overcome these objections.
So it's
It-
us as a governing body.
Right.
Can support the decision of the town.
But if
Right.
they agree to these, we can go ahead and do it. That's what I'm.
No,
No,
if they agree to these, they'll put together a plan that
Site.
overcomes these, and
Okay.
only if we approve that plan can they then do it.
Right.
Right now, their special use permit as is,
Okay.
and they have to be within the confines of that, the current special use permit.
And if I can just interject again
Go ahead,
briefly.
Mr. Mastrella.
Yes, just so what the supervisor's saying is absolutely correct. The bottom line is that what they're proposing, the town board's going out of its way to try to make this work for the town and the applicant. In most instances, this might be done by the administrative official, the building inspector, issuing a stop work order saying that this isn't within the special permit. And then an appeal being taken to the zoning board or to the town board, depending on what was being appealed. This is, proactively, the town board is saying, we want this project to work, but what you're proposing doesn't work for us at this point.
So to be clear, Mike, the work that they can continue to do is the installation of the solar panels that all within the bounds of the original special use permit. We're not putting a stop work order. We're just saying you can't do any additional tree clearing at this time. In order to come up with a plan that we would agree to, you're going to have to work with us to create one, and only if we agree to it can you then implement it. Okay?
And can I just ask a clarifying question to
Sure.
Supervisor and Mr. Mistrella? Are you proposing to restrict us from working under the DEC permit that we've already received
For the
that allows us to work under that permit now?
For the clearing of the grounds outside
The wetland.
the original approval, yes, because in your FEAF and in the special use permit that we gave you, you said there was going to be no disturbance in those areas. And so now you then went, so just to keep in mind, to do work in that area, you need two approvals. You need the special use permit as well as approval from the DEC. You've got the approval from the DEC, so therefore, if you get our approval, you're all set. But just as, that's like saying, well, I've got approval from the county to put a construction entrance in the road, so I can do all my work on the construction, even if I don't have a special use permit. Of course you can't. They're just saying, in order to have a construction entrance and to do the construction, you need both approval from the highway authority to put in the entrance, and you need approval from us in order to do the construction. It's the same thing with the wetlands. The work you're talking about in the wetlands is beyond, and in the wetland boundaries is beyond what was approved under the special use permit. To go into that area, you need two things: an expansion of your approval from us and the approval from the DEC. Just because you got the approval from the DEC doesn't mean you can get started, not until you have both. Does that make it clear? Does it?
That is clear.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions, comments?
Anybody from the audience?
I'd already asked that question, but yeah,
Okay.
any other public? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Did we put forth a resolution?
Oh,
And
yeah,
have
I guess
seconded?
let me start that. Fellow board member, as that, thank you. I have resolution 27-339, 2001 to establish tree removal limits to maintain existing seeker determination. Actually, before I put forth this resolution, let me close the public hearing. That's where
Oh,
the
there
confusion
we
was.
were.
This was all the public hearing. I was thinking this was a discussion on the resolution. So hearing no further comments, I'm going to close the public hearing for application number 2020-003 Delaware River Solar to modify the existing approval to allow additional clearing of trees for the remote solar project. Okay, now, fellow board members, I have resolution 27-339, 2021 to establish tree removal limits to maintain existing seeker determination and special use permit approval for application number 2020-003 for the remote solar project.
Second.
So again, this is the resolution that I read. Well, I specifically read the conditions. I didn't go into all the whereases. And there are many pages of them, so I won't read them. But it basically covers what we've talked about and just establishes what we believe to be the issues of those limits in order to maintain the existing seeker determination. And that, like I said, we're going to give the developer sufficient time to negotiate a new plan that hopefully will not trigger a change in seeker determination and a requirement for a new special use permit. Okay, any further discussion on the resolution?
Just that I'll be voting against it. We gave them what they wanted back in February.
Well, you understand by voting against it, then you're not issuing a determinate. You're basically saying, no, I don't have any issue with what they're doing. This is saying that we have an issue
Yep,
that we
okay,
believe.
You're correct. You're
Right,
correct.
yeah. It would be the next resolution that you would vote against. Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mastrella. That was the only topic that we needed your services. Obviously, you're welcome to stay and listen, but
Thanks, Dan, for your advice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, my pleasure. Everybody have a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
And I'll miss our departing council persons.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too. Next up, I have a public hearing for the proposed local laws to opt out of either both adult use cannabis retail dispensaries and on-site consumption sites, or just the cannabis on-site consumption sites. So at the previous public hearing, it was, for lack of a better way to put it, a straw poll indicated that the board, certainly majority, probably unanimously, was opposed to opting into the cannabis on-site consumption sites because of the additional danger and unknown nature, especially since the laws haven't been written. There's just so many questions regarding it. So we're at least, again, based off of I'll call it a straw poll at the last hearing, we're at least going to opt out on cannabis on-site consumption sites. What's still up for discussion is whether we are going to also opt out for retail dispensaries. And so we have the local law written in both manners. So ultimately, there are three choices tonight. Opt out of both, opt out of just the on-site consumption, or in theory, if whichever one we go with, we vote down, then it would be opt out of neither. So those are ultimately the three choices. But we wanted to hear additional feedback from the community. We had a lot of good feedback, a lot of really good discussion at the last meeting. Everybody was respectful of the differing of opinions, and I hope that that continues at this meeting as well. With that said, can I get a hand raised for someone who would like to speak on this matter? Coming up, be sure to state your name and where you live in town, or if you don't live in town, why you're here to speak.
No, currently a resident of Henrietta, grew up here, lived here my whole life. Don't at this moment see myself going anywhere.
And your name is?
Aaron Mangos.
Thank you.
Okay, to start, the legalization of marijuana was based on the idea of diminishing criminal activity. Is that correct? Would that be an appropriate assumption?
I was
I'd say
not,
that's a pretty easy one.
I was not part of the Albany law, so I can't really
Reading the
address that.
basic legislation at this point in time, we're trying to keep people alive. Number one, I have a background in small farming. I do honeybees, I do vegetables. We talked a lot about trees a minute ago. It took a lot to sit there because I wanted to save myself for this moment. Specifically, we're talking about the illegal nature of marijuana. Marijuana has been around for thousands of years, specifically Chinese, Indian medicine throughout the, excuse me, the entirety of Southeast Asia. We're going back thousands of years at this point. This has been a substance that's been used in a beneficial fashion. The idea that we would opt out when there is taxes and other situations that I'll specifically address in a moment, at 40% for the municipalities, seeing the legislator talk about another 55 cents in gases, the idea that you guys would throw that away so willingly, that's silly. Second, we've got another 40% that's specifically going to go to education locally. I don't know if any of you have kids in school still, but 40%, you're talking millions of dollars. Laptops, tablets, everybody gets a shot at that point. Let's see. Sorry, I got a little off topic. I didn't write any notes. Specific legal nature. I hate to say this, but I'm going to be very blatant, open and honest. I know a lot of people that have had a lot of background in the marijuana industry, legal or not, for many, many years. This is what I would call the Emerald Triangle of Rochester, New York. More marijuana flows through this town, whether you guys like it or not. Truckloads, tractor trailer loads. The idea that we're willing to take a chance of a sprinkle of fentanyl in a truckload of weed coming across the country from some cartel grower that we have no idea, I don't think that's a beneficial nature at all. The city is going to jump on this with the tax and they're going to run with it. You guys are going to lose the business, the opportunity. This is going to happen long term. This is not going away. It's only going to get bigger. Now on the small farm end, there are some pretty horrible things out there I can spray. I can buy chemicals out of Mexico that have been illegal in the States since the 70s. You guys, maybe you're old enough to remember them spraying paraquat and what it was doing to people in, was it Mexico, 72 through 74, something like that. And they've linked 5, 6, 7 different genetic conditions and issues that are completely tied to, it was a defoliant or similar to Roundup. So I know somebody who's directly smoked a joint and had a direct fentanyl overdose from drugs that were coming from somewhere with no recourse for anybody in that line. Now you think about this, a store here in Henrietta, testing, taxes, the idea that I'm not going to get a gun stuck in my face if I were to partake and walk into a store. Explain to me the negatives. The odds of a kid sitting outside of a convenience store and getting a pack of cigarettes, you're going to get in trouble, but somebody be willing. The idea of a kid sitting in front of a pot shop and the pot shop not knowing what was going on, that's a silly assumption that they would be that ignorant and blind and so willing to hand it to our children. I think that that's just silliness. But I really am going to relate to the health of people. If you don't know where it's coming from, you don't know what you're getting. I don't have to push that I'd like to see you all smoke one, but I am going to say along the lines of being an organic grower, my honeybees, I use thyme. I don't use any chemicals. I am an absolute hippie. I may not look like it, but what I give to people is very important to me. So in direct relation of just chemicals that I can get on eBay with no background check, no driver's license, just shipped to my door, there are people that have no one's best interest but their pocket. So if you look at the idea of what you're going to allow your town members to take in, the weed's here. If you guys think it's not, you're silly. And I really hope that's not the case. There are truckloads of weed that leave this state that is grown currently before legalization. The idea that we could set some rules, some boundaries, permitting process, actual open dialogue without just shutting it out. The whole idea of on-site consumption, being town board members, does anybody know how many bars are in the town of Henrietta? Specifically, I mean, I've got 7, 10 I can name right off the top of my head.
More than that.
More people are killed by alcohol every single day of every single year of my entire life. The only thing potheads are killing are a bag of Doritos. The idea that we would throw something away that could benefit the schools alone. Then we talk about the 20% that's going to relate directly to patient care and health. Mental health's become a big deal, right? We'd all talk about it. And then we directly apply that to how many people do you know that have overdosed from fentanyl or used heroin and got that hot dose? Any of you? Somebody? You guys are a hard crowd. Kids I went to school with, I see their faces in pictures. You define marijuana as a gateway drug, but the funny thing is people's choices are where lead them where they're going to go. And oh, I could talk for 10 minutes. I see the clock look. People's choices are going to definitively be bad. As a whole, we are a panicky animal. And the idea that we could take a lot of the illegal nature, create a beneficial situation just in taxes. I'm sorry I didn't write more and put more of a thought out process together. It was very short notice that I knew this was happening. It very clearly wasn't listed on the website, I'd like to point out as well.
It
But
actually is, but that's okay.
when I did your search where I was able to adjust the dates specifically to today, I probably still have it open in my Google file. There was no specific indicated hearing tonight. I'd like to hear absolutely more people talk, but just as a small farmer in the chemical aspect, knowing someone that has had an OD from fentanyl, why not give them an opportunity to put themselves somewhere else and, let's say, appease their addictive nature? We got busy, huh? I'll just end it there. I really hope you guys think this out a little thoroughly, more so than saying no. On site, we've got bars everywhere. Drunk people are going to cause accidents. Stupid choices are always going to be there. The idea that you can legislate your way out of it, it's just not the case. And I hope you guys keep your eyes open and are willing to listen to more people. Thank you very much.
Aaron, I have a question.
Actually, before,
Yes.
I just want to make clear, you've made a bunch of arguments or claimed we're,
So specific
Let me-
statements, no, I just, you guys
Don't-
seemed to all kind of
don't
poke around at
interrupt.
your computer when
do
we were.
not interrupt. Let me finish my statement, please. Thank you. You made a lot of implications about our beliefs that were completely inaccurate. Furthermore, this is not a hearing about the legalization of marijuana. That's
No.
already happened. This is purely about whether we allow this, either sales distribution in here or a bar in here. And again, the things that you're saying that we should be smarter about our decisions, the things that you're saying that we're stupid, I've not heard one of these individuals make those
I
statements.
don't know,
So
I got some eye rolls when I started making specific statements. Maybe there is a clock over my shoulder,
no,
right?
No,
we got- we
got rid of-
It's
we got
weird.
rid of the
It's- I'm
shot
just,
clock
I'm
4
just
years
calling
ago.
out what I'm saying. It shouldn't be a real issue. Now, specifically the on-site stuff, I understand the idea of being hesitant to it. I really do. But people have to be able to make their own choices. We are still in America, and it's going to be something that's going to take getting used to for all of us. It really is. The idea of walking down the sidewalk and smelling somebody smoking a joint, that's going to be new for all of us.
but
The
that's
idea that-
irrespective of this particular hearing. You're making arguments about nothing relevant to this hearing.
About opting out, let's say specifically the heroin overdose level being completely combated in some communities with a marijuana dispensary. Second, you talked about on-site. What am I missing here? I don't mean to be rude, but feel free to fill
What are
me
you
in.
missing? The rules aren't around. There is currently no test for the current intoxication level. For a lot of people who maybe smoked back in college, the concentration of THC in the products today is very different than it was back then. You'll have people who will come in and consume a brownie and not realize that if they eat the whole thing, that they could get to an intoxication level where it would be unsafe for them to drive and not be prepared to get home. You've got the issue of when you look at the way marijuana is measured in Canada, where it's currently legal, the THC in Canada versus the THC in America. So if they sell you a packet of gummies and it's, pick a number, 10 milligrams, that's for
don't-
the entire packet, where in here in the US, it would be per gummy. So if you had a Canadian come here and consume a packet of gummies thinking he's getting 10 milligrams and he is instead getting 120, that's a very different thing. So there are a lot of issues. It's not simple that we would be shocked to smell marijuana walking down the street. That's, to be perfectly blunt, is offensive. We're not, so that's not what.
Smelling pot walking down the street would
No,
be offensive.
your belief that that's what we think.
No, you really seem to be taking this in a funny manner. I'm talking specifically, there's some benefits to the community. I don't really get why we're going left field here. I'm just talking about open portions of all of this. Specifically, people driving, you guys permit bars to be in the town. The state clearly allows alcohol and distributes licenses. Those people are allowed to make their choices, correct? Whether they have 1 beer or 14 beers.
Correct. And
Just like a package says 1 milligram or 10 milligrams, that would be their choice to find out. That's not for us to dictate, is it?
the point being, you asked me what some of the concerns are right now.
Okay.
And just because we opt out now doesn't mean we can't opt in later.
Well,
But let me finish.
ahead, yeah.
But the issue is, going back to your thing, even if we opt out, people can still consume in town. People can still buy and
yeah,
bring
no,
stuff back to town. So
absolutely.
that doesn't change anything. So again, arguing those points are meaningless because we're not saying that people don't have a choice. What we're saying is that nowhere in our zoning code would we allow the sale of marijuana. That if we said no to dispensaries, or nowhere in town could you have a pot bar in our town if we said no to. And again, from a zoning standpoint, we do that all the time with someone who wants to open up a new adult bookstore, can't just open it up anywhere, right?
Oh, no,
Anybody who wants to open
stipulations,
up and other types of adult then can't just do it anywhere. Someone who wants to open up a convenience store can't just do it anywhere. They have to follow the zoning rules. So again,
I grasp the value in that. I guess I'm just worried that I don't know, kind of stuck in the past with ideas. I mean, I was hoping to go back and forth with you guys a little more and be able to talk this out with everybody, because I keep getting a strange look from you. If you have a question, feel free for
No,
it.
obviously you weren't here at the last meeting where you act like that we are
Um,
have already decided we're opting out. If you were here at the last meeting, you would have heard that that was not the case on for the stores
As of,
versus the
Sponsors.
pot bars. Yeah.
I grasp. Like I said, I very clearly went to the town board website today, and like I said, it very well may be open in my phone still, and there was no indication here, so I would have loved to have come to the last meeting. But as of tonight, I didn't know this was happening until I got a phone call. So it's just kind of interesting that.
so right here is the announcement of public hearing for the proposed local law to opt out of either both adult use cannabis retail dispensaries and on-site consumption sites, or just cannabis on-site. Just pulled it right down from the website. So, and again, all public hearings are also published in the paper. So I get it.
paper.
There's also, if you want to stay up on this stuff in the future, you can go onto the website. If you go to the very top of the website, there is a,
Henrietta.org.
yep, so henrietta.org, go to How Do I and pick subscribe, and you can get an email subscription for legal notices so that you
Excellent.
never miss a legal notice again.
Well, thank you
Okay.
for listening to me
Hold
babble
on,
for a minute.
Councilmember Barley has a question for you.
First of all, you made some assumptions that aren't true, but that's not important.
Yeah,
You mentioned you're a farmer.
yes, sir.
Are you planning on growing cannabis? Are you planning on opening a retail
That's-
store?
No, no
Okay.
retail store. If anything, I'd like to get into the growing end of it, but we're so close to the beginning. There's so many yeses and nos that are happening right now. The federal government's kind of a wild card. If you look at communities where marijuana is in fact circulating, we're talking about opioid issues and deaths being down pretty substantial. So
I mean, you made some good points. I'm fine with what you said. I just wanted to
just-
answer those two questions. I'm glad that you.
I guess I just, the initial kind of, this guy, what is?
I'm trying to find something. I'm not. I'm
Mr.
look-
Stafford, okay.
Yeah.
So my questions are done,
No,
Mr. Supervisor.
If I can find the agenda on here, because I saw it on the agenda that was.
I
shipped
put
out
in
to me,
today's date
so-
very clearly and opened it. It was still blank. It's no
Okay.
problem. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Becky, do we have anybody online?
Well, we do have a number of folks online. I'll just say this reminder to them. If you would like to speak, go ahead and raise your hand virtually. Hit the raise hand button on Zoom. I do have one phone in person. If you would like to speak, go ahead and hit *9.
I'm sorry, I was showing something to Councilman Stafford. Did we have someone online?
We do, but none with their hands raised.
Okay. Next person in the room, please raise your hand. Go ahead, come on up.
Hello. I live in Pittsford. My name is Amy Paul. After hearing that, I wasn't planning on talking, but sorry, I'm very nervous.
Don't worry about it.
I work in Henrietta at Hemsol, and I don't like the term pothead. I think my main goal to talk to you is to educate about what dispensaries will look like. And when you talked about getting something, you don't know how much, you don't know what dosage. When you walk into I want to open a dispensary. When you walk into our dispensary, we are about education. We want to talk to our customer, understand what their needs are, because cannabis can help a lot of people with many things. And some people are desperate, some people are interested, some people want to use it recreationally. Education is a huge part because a lot of people, they don't know, or it's different from when they were growing up in the 70s. So we take the time individually to talk to people, educate them, especially about dosage, different delivery methods, what's the best delivery method or dosage for you, considering your situation. What else we can say? So that's, I think, if we kind of all knew exactly what dispensaries in our minds would look like and what would be, it's not just someone walking in, get a bag of weed and leave, so I think
And
just
Just to
understanding.
be clear, I wasn't implying that.
Oh,
He
no,
was,
no, 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 not at all.
he was asking more specifically what I think, I think that type of activity would be more likely at a consumption site
Correct.
than at
okay.
a dispensary.
Yeah,
In fact, in talking with folks from other states where it is legal, someone said you walk into one and it looks more like an Apple store
It
than
does,
what you
yeah.
would picture as a, like,
Yeah.
like you
A
have some of
stigma.
these, what some people refer to as head shops, right?
Correct,
There's
right.
not a
There's that
bunch of drug
stigma of
paraphernalia
pothead.
around and,
Mhm.
all sorts of posters up about, become a pothead or whatever. It's more, again, high end or
Yeah,
I often picture, if you think of an old style apothecary.
yes.
And the other thing I will note is, there was a testimony at the last meeting by a resident whose daughter has MS. And the effort that she has to go through today to get her daughter medical marijuana, the cost each year to get the approval, and the fact that she can't go and pick it up for her daughter. Her daughter has to go in regardless if she's having a bad mobility day. She has to be the one to go in. For her to be able to stop on her way home from running errands and picking up the marijuana that really helps her daughter treat her condition and live with her condition would be a huge benefit. And not to mention a big cost savings, because not to have to get that $750 a year cost, plus the $50 a year card, plus the, I'm sure, which is a huge markup because you're buying medical marijuana as opposed to a place that has competition. Not to mention that she wouldn't have to drive halfway across the county to go get it. You know, even if we opted out, she could drive into neighboring Brighton, but I think it would be beneficial to, I personally, this is my belief, not, I can't speak for the other town board members. I think it would be beneficial for her to be able to shop here. So like I said, just to be clear, this is what I'm saying. There's a lot of assumptions that were made previously that are just wrong about where, certainly where I stand, but also where the other board, this board has taken a very thorough, scientific, pragmatic look at this. We've tried to keep emotions out of it. We've tried to keep superstitions out of it. When people have cited facts or figures, we've always asked them for where they're getting those from, if they can send us those reports so we can review them. Because some of those are done with the scientific method and peer review, and some of them are not. And so, you know, you'll hear conflicting numbers tonight, I guarantee you, in terms of whether crime goes up or down, specifically with regards to not necessarily, you know, one of the issues we have today, unfortunately, is at the federal level, it has not been decriminalized to allow it to become a state issue. So that creates a problem with them being largely cash businesses. Hopefully, before the first license is issued, that will be corrected. But in terms of, you know, what is the effect on overdoses? What is the effect on illegal cannabis sales? Different people will debate different numbers. But like I said, you know, we've been looking at that. We've been examining that. So.
Yeah, and I appreciate that because before I started working at Hempsol, I was one of those people that was pretty much anti marijuana. I don't want to use that word, but cannabis. I thought it was stupid that adults would use it. Why? It's like a phase, you know, use it in college, you know, because I didn't know. Working there, CBD and whatnot, I've learned so much, and I've seen how it's helped so many people. People that I see on a daily basis look like me. They look like all of you. They're not that typical stoner or, you know, and I don't like those words because it gives this whole industry a bad rap. But now I'm educated. I've looked and I appreciate that you guys are doing that because it's so complicated, you know, and it's a lot to learn. And as long as we're open-minded and we're, you know, can educate ourselves and understand that there's a huge benefit medically for people. And it's, you know, a safe place to go to educate because people don't know, they want to try it. They're at their wits end and want to try something natural. So that's why I was just hoping that what you just said, that you are open-minded and trying to, you know, see both sides and see the benefits. But I do want to know, that you understand that, you know, these dispensaries will educate, will help. And there are so many people that they come in, they're not drinking as much, their anxiety is down, and you wouldn't even know. You can microdose it, little doses, so the pain goes away, but you don't get psychoactive. But they can, you know, so there's a lot of things involved. So I'm glad that, you know, like myself, my mind has been, you know, my tunnel vision is much wider and I see a lot of good benefits. I don't want the stigma when people, you know, because it's just our society and how we see it, and education and just being open to understanding what those dispensaries may look like. Again, I keep saying education because it's huge,
Right.
and trying to understand what's going on. So I'm not going to talk too much. I'm sorry. I'm very nervous, but I had to say something after that. So what else are you? I think that's it. I'm glad that you had said you're
Do any board
taking
members
everything
have-
into consideration.
I have
And if
one
you ever,
question.
and I know Jim, my boss, someone has spoken to him. we can help with anything and anything, any questions you have as far as.
I've
Okay,
spoken
if
to him a
you're- Yeah, I
couple
know,
times.
if you need help determining something, so,
So Amy, you
Yes.
say you live in Pittsburgh.
correct, I work in Henrietta.
They opted out for both.
Yeah.
Did you attend their meetings?
I did not, only, I actually didn't know about them.
Mhm.
I didn't say anything. I've been working a lot the past couple weeks. I have 4 kids. Very busy.
Right.
I just, I don't know. I have-
So if you
yeah.
open a dispensary, would you open it in Pittsburgh? Where would you open it?
No, we want to stay, I want to open in Henrietta.
Okay.
Because
They're
that's-
currently in Saginaw
We are
Plaza.
in Saginaw.
Yeah, I know where they are.
So, people know we're there. People
But I
know-
thought you said you want to open your own. I didn't know you were going to stay there.
I do, I want to get a license.
Okay.
And I would, yeah.
All
I
right,
wanna
for that
apply
spot?
a- Correct.
Okay, now I
wanna
understand.
apply, Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, so that's our goals right now.
All right, that's the only question I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Any
you.
others?
I'm good. Thank you.
All right,
Amy.
thank
Thanks
you
for your-
guys.
I
Thank you.
just have a statement.
Sure.
It's interesting and forgive me, your presumption or the way you presented yourself was as if you think we're up here judging everybody. And we're not. I mean, as Steve said, we're looking at both sides. And I have friends who take medical marijuana and it helps them a lot. I also know people that it's not medical and they take it and it helps them. So we're not up here judging anybody and we're not going back to the days because when I was in high school, we did have potheads. We called them
Yeah.
potheads, not that they were, but that's what we called them.
Mhm.
And I kind of take a little bit of offense to the way you approached it with us because we are not just sitting up here judging everybody. We're looking at both sides and we all have friends that have both sides. So you need to understand, we're taking this seriously. The issue that we have, the main issue that we have is that we don't know what the regulations are going to be. Nothing is out there yet. So we're being asked to make a judgment call based on no information. And
Minimal
so
information.
if or not enough, I'm sorry.
Right, minimal, I said.
Minimal information, forgive me.
Yeah.
So we're trying to do what we think is the best. It doesn't mean that if we opt out, we're going to opt out permanently. We just need more information. And, we're looking at the thought process that, we have children, grandchildren that are very small. And our concern is that adults don't take into consideration that a gummy looks like a gummy and that it's left on a counter or left out, that a child might grab it, or a brownie or a cookie or something like that. And let's be honest, 90% of the people are going to be really careful with that, but there is a percentage that isn't. So we just want to know what the regulations are, but by no means are we sitting up here judging people. I certainly am not. As I said, I do have friends that take it and it helps them a lot, and I totally understand what you're saying. And I even have friends whose animals, they use your product on and it helps
Yep.
tremendously. So I just want you to understand that we're not judging and we're not responding to you because we're listening to you. And we're taking it in and we've got a decision to make. So we want to listen to everybody.
Okay.
And I will also note that just like there's people who drink alcohol and then there's drunkards or alcoholics for people who have a medical issue with regards to it. To me, it's the same way with pot. We had in college, there were guys across this hall, a couple who smoked casually.
Mhm.
There were others who smoked till their eyes bled
Mhm.
and they failed out of college. It's the same with any substance. There are some people who can handle substances responsibly, and there are some people who cannot. And
Okay.
so, if I talk about a pothead, I literally mean a pothead. I mean that person who sits there and, that's all, they abuse the product.
Right.
To me, a pothead is someone who typically, smokes way more than they should
Right.
to their own detriment. So,
Right.
Millie,
But
did you
you
have
have,
something
but
too?
I do have to say, you have bars and people are doing that as
I
well.
understand,
But also.
but the laws for bars are all very
No,
well
right,
defined.
No, and I understand
and-
it's a law situation,
Right.
but the way what you just said, it makes it sound like. I'd have to say, it just that you have potheads and they're going to do that and they
Oh,
are doing it.
I understand. You just said you objected to the term pothead. I just want you
Oh,
to know
yeah,
that
okay.
when I
Well,
use
it
a
is,
term,
it's a negative
Right.
term, especially.
all I'm saying is
working
if
in
I
this
use it, I really
Right.
mean a
It
pothead.
isn't like, working in this industry, it's not a pleasant term.
Understood.
So, so I'm glad you're doing that.
Old
but
habits
also-
are gonna die
No,
hard
and
for
that's
me, I'll tell you
fine. But
that.
most of the people that come in are not potheads. They're very
Right.
responsible. They put them in a certain area and I don't know. I was gonna say something like it. I mean, you're gonna have it either way. So people, you have to understand people are doing that anyway. So if you can tell people, be careful. you
And
know,
I don't
blah, blah,
disagree
blah.
with that. So going back to Councilman Bolzner's point, sorry, Councilwoman Bolzner, I said council member, that Lisa's. You know, one of the things that I talk about is the advantage of having it here in Henrietta. The second advantage of that is because we all do believe that's a concern. We can take the revenue from that, from the taxation on that and do a very strong community education program to let parents know, hey, if you got kids around, you gotta keep those away. You gotta keep them on a high shelf. You gotta keep them in a child-proof container.
Yeah.
Because you don't want a kid thinking that they're, you know, gummy candies or
For sure.
brownies or whatever. So,
Mhm.
so my point is, whereas I agree that that's absolutely an issue, I look at it that you know, we're gonna have the same adverse effects if there is a store on the south side of Brighton Henrietta Town Line as if there's a store on the north side of Brighton Henrietta
Okay.
Town Line. The only difference between those two is if it's on the south side, we get the tax revenue and we get to decide what to do with that revenue. So we could put an additional, in fact, I was just talking with Captain Fay from the Monroe County Sheriff's about this today. We can put an additional special attention detail and ask them to pay special attention to, you know, the possibility of because it's such a cash rich
Mhm.
business
For sure.
that it's going to attract certain criminal elements. We can put money towards education. We could put money towards prosecution, working with the district attorney's office to better prosecute folks who, you know, who they might not have the time to go after today. So there's a lot of things that we could potentially do with that revenue to address the issues that, you know, it's not perfect, right? There are going to be issues. And, you know, one of the things I look at when I was growing up, there was no such term as designated driver.
Mhm.
Whoever owned the car drove. It was dangerous and there were a lot of people dying. And then they started the designated driver campaign and that helps tremendously, right? And there, when you look at the death rates from drunk driving today as to when I was a kid, radically different, right? And that was through education.
Right.
And so, you know, that's where I look at it. To
Yeah.
me, the effects on us are the same, whether it's in Brighton or Henrietta. The difference is if it's in Henrietta, we get to control what to do with that revenue.
Right.
So that's where I stand.
Okay.
Millie?
Well, after listening to my fellow council members, I'm starting to think I'm the only one that hasn't partaken at all of cannabis or alcohol or anything, but my
missed
students
out.
have.
I-
I'm not saying
Same.
anything. I'm not implying anything.
Don't smoke.
That's
what
the
do you do?
humor. That's
But
the
it-
humor.
Medical
it's-
use.
It's
But-
kind, yeah, it's kind of funny because I really don't use THC either. And I'm around it all day
Uh-huh.
and I help people. I really don't use it. I don't really like how, you know,
How
I'm
it
like
makes
for
you feel.
sleeping, it helps
Mhm.
me
Right.
sleep, but
Sure.
even drinking, I don't do a whole lot of that.
Right.
So just out of education, understanding, trying to help people,
Yeah.
that's why I
Right.
do what I do. And I go to work and I'm excited and
Mhm.
people thank me,
Yeah.
thank us for helping them.
So, you know, from a social justice perspective, I am very happy to see this pass because I've had a lot of students who've had a lot of negative encounters
Mhm.
over the years just due to issues related to marijuana. But I think one of the biggest concerns that I have, and I think a lot of the members on this board have, is that we want it to be safe, legal, and regulated. And
sure.
that we are looking forward to that educational piece. I appreciate that you
Mhm.
guys are including that educational piece in your sales. And I know I've spoken to some other individuals who are planning on opening dispensaries that are also big believers in that educational
Mhm.
piece. I think I just, want to make sure that as dispensaries are looking to open, that they make sure that they are operating within the confines of the regulations and the laws that are being put out there, because I think those things that are being put out there are planned to ensure safety for everyone.
I understand.
So,
Okay.
$65 t-shirts and free pot. I don't know if that's within the confines of the law.
Let's not go there right now.
You're right.
Well, but there isn't anything saying that that's not okay. Just like, no, I'm not going to argue about, but just like you don't know the law and it's not written.
The
You
Office of
understand?
Cannabis Management differs with you greatly on that one, so,
I understand,
okay.
but I do
Anyway.
appreciate you guys and
Yep.
thinking and educating and talking.
And I'd like to just add, and Steve alluded to it before, that, if we don't have it in town, that doesn't mean the people in town aren't going to be using it. So,
Right.
Yeah,
so yes.
I understand. Thank
Uh,
you.
Do
guys.
you have someone with your hand raised online? Becky?
I do not.
Okay, next person in the audience? Yep, that's you. Hello.
My name is Glenna Colapreti, and I graduated from Rush Henrietta, but I'm also a resident of Webster, and I did speak at the Webster discussion. I'm also the owner of Glenna's CBD. I'm a hemp cultivator at numerous locations in and around Monroe County for years. I also have 2 stores, one in Eastview, one in Brighton, and I'm a wholesaler to many CBD shops around the town. I'm also the adjunct professor at FLCC for cannabis regulations and cultivation, and as well as the social equity co-chair for New York State Cannabis Growers Association. I work with a lot of legacy operators to try to help them bridge the gap in regards to coming into a compliant manner. I put on a lot of talks. I do a lot of impact in the community to those that were disproportionately affected by some of these draconian drug laws. And I'm most interested in supporting some people in the audience here that are interested in doing dispensaries, and also some of my students that are here. I'm interested in cultivating, just to be clear on which side of the house that I'm in. But I'd like to just acknowledge some of the things that people have said in regards to some of the compliance aspects. There are elements of safety that have been incorporated, to your point earlier, by the OCM and the CCM board. They're working really hard to take into account what the legacy operators need in order to minimize or mitigate the risk for fueling that legacy market like it's being fueled in California. They actually did away with the tax in San Francisco until December 2022 because of that. So I appreciate that your interest in trying to do the right things for your community, as well as for the business owners and small budding entrepreneurs, if you will. But there is a safety element in mandatory element in regards to packaging to help prevent access to kids, just like there is with opioids. They're in different states. The University of Pittsburgh did a study that showed that there was a 7.6 reduction in opioids emergency visits to those locales that legalized and had dispensaries available. There is a alcohol and tobacco rule as far as zoning in municipalities that denotes that cannabis retail locations need to be 500 feet from a school and 200 feet from a place of worship, just like alcohol. There will be compliance with applicable laws, including checking IDs with every sale, strict inventory controls. And I can tell you that the hemp regs that just came out and that I manage seed to sale are pretty strict. And you could see that that's what they're going to be using for adult use as well. There will be a denotion of how much THC is within whatever you're purchasing that will be on the label on the package, to your earlier point. There will be minimum operating requirements for security, including guards and surveillance, or they will risk losing their retail license. If you do choose to opt out, you're right, you can opt in at any time, but you may miss the opportunity for those that do decide to go after those licenses. Let's say the rules and regs come out in February, for instance, then they have a comment period, and then they start releasing some of the licenses. Those people will work to obtain that license, and they'll go to a different town like Penfield that opted in. I just want to state that you're right. You do have that right, but you may miss the opportunity of a capped license. There's also the 4% local excise tax that you'll be sharing with the county. 3% to your locale that is earmarked for your guys' use, obviously, but there's also a revitalization fund that he did reference to help those communities that were disproportionately affected, inclusive of education, drug treatment programs, et cetera. I just wanted to offer that the municipality control is yours to govern the time, place, the manner of operation of that retail dispensary and consumption site. Albeit you can't make a local law to make it unreasonably impractical, but you certainly can denote the hours of operation. You can certainly denote the location and approval and rules that you want in governing that retail dispensary. Those were some of the aspects that I wanted to hit. I don't know if there's any other questions or anything that you'd like, but I would lend some stats that show in regards to adult teenage or adult teenage use. JUMA Pediatrics did denote that there was no increase in teenage use because they are not the ones that are, this is an adult use law. I will state that this is 2 licenses out of 10. You cannot obviously, like you said, prevent deliveries. You can't prevent agricultural aspects. There's other cooperatives and things that may be coming. So you're right. You can only impede the 2, but you can't prevent use. But you can create I feel, a sophisticated cannabis ecosystem within your town that benefits the masses and does mitigate any and all risk as far as criminal activity, increase in teenage drug use, and gets the best of it, if you will, just like you did with alcohol. So with that, I'll rest and see if there's any questions, but I just wanted to impart that before I
I
left.
will point out alcohol predated all of our laws in this town, so.
Agreed. Understood.
Any questions?
You mentioned 500 feet. Was that from, did you say schools and churches?
Yeah, 200 feet from a place of worship, 500 feet from a school. If
I
you
think
go to the
That also
OCM,
includes like parks and playgrounds, right?
you're correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have the right to denote some of these as long as they're not unreasonable and impractical to operating the business.
Right.
When you, and you may not know this answer, you may not know, when you say certain number of feet, 500 feet, is that from property line to property line or building to building? Because
I do have a great lawyer that would be happy to come and talk to you guys. Her name is Rachel Partington, and she specializes in some of the municipality and zoning aspects in regards to cannabis. And her and I work closely together, trying to educate different towns and different participants to create a really sophisticated ecosystem, supply chain. Again, I'm, full disclosure, interested in being the supplier to some of your potential recipients in a very compliant and legal manner. And I do, as I operate my own hemp business, CBD business for years, I have helped thousands of people with different levels of needs. And whether I don't participate or do, I strongly feel that this is a burgeoning business. This is $1 billion industry, and it's not just about, smoking a joint, if you will, or eating a brownie. There is a multitude of mediums that have quite a bit of medicinal aspects, albeit the euphoria and joy as well. Just like with alcohol. I do think that with education and support within your community, that you can have a very positive result in this space.
Thank you.
So Glenn, you mentioned that you own a shop in Eastview and in Brighton.
I do. Brighton 12 Corners next to Bagel Land, Glen is CBD. And it's also a spa. And I also own a store in Eastview Mall. And I sell across the country to different spas, and I even sell to people in the audience here that are wholesalers. I fully support the whole supply chain, the whole ecosystem. I did it because I have personal significant nerve damage that I've found great relief from CBD. My family's from Colorado, albeit I graduated from Rush Henrietta. But when I found it, it was an amazing effect upon me without being psychoactive, without an opioid impact. And it was holistic, albeit not very palatable. So as a patented engineer, I decided I could make it a better user experience for people. And so that's what I did. I never really intended to have my own stores, but like they indicated, the education and just getting people understanding that the benefits of this plant, they're all the cannabis plant. It's different cannabinoids. And so different people will require different results for what they want to achieve. So I think it's great to allow people a less costly prohibited market. You know, it's not just a euphoric, joyous users. It's also people that do want it for their MS or epilepsy or their anxiety. And it is, if you've ever understood medical marijuana, how expensive it is and how limiting it is as far as the mediums, they just allowed flower, you know, just recently. It's a very restrictive market, and you would allow this more open source, to your point, like an Apple store.
So how are you dealing with the revenue that you have coming in? How do you bank it? What do you do?
Do I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually am gratefully allowed to have credit card. I've shown compliance for years in this space, albeit I was permanently banned by PayPal, Stripe for being a CBD user. But working with Senator Schumer in regards to when their office reached out to me a few years ago as far as the Safe Banking Act. I've been, excuse me, my mouth's really dry from this mask, but I've been grateful to be able to use credit cards. But he's right, when it comes, it's a heavily cash business for, especially if you look at Oregon, what's happening to them right now is that, you know, they're being robbed, even the same place over and over. I've talked to different police departments and sheriff and security. I'm actually putting on some events with the city of Rochester to help us become a very compliant, safe market, and bringing in legacy operators with police and law enforcement to try to create this very safe environment. It's just that until we get that Safe Banking Act and or at least descheduled, as you also indicated, I envision that descheduled marijuana will be descheduled before the Safe Banking Act is passed.
Thank you.
You seem to have a solid understanding of the cannabis dispensaries, but we've not had a whole lot of people in here who've been able to speak about the lounge aspect. Do you have any understanding or concept of what that might look like?
To your point, I have a less understanding of that based on I've done a lot of discussions and conversations with other states too. And my class, we study different states, what they've done well, what they didn't do well, what are some best practices that we can incorporate. Some of the lounge aspects in California have been pretty successful. It's just very important to have that security, that compliance, that show that seed-to-sale tracking, show where you've sourced your products. And as long as it's sourced in a compliant third-party manner, tested, it's not like you're having overdoses or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm not so much worried about the overdose. It's again, you know, somebody who has more than they should and doesn't understand that maybe when they're walking out the door, they're not affected, but before they're home, they are. And while they're on the road, that's potentially dangerous. That, you know, and again, there's just a lot of questions with regards to the consumption sites, the bars that one of the questions I asked at the previous meeting was, what do you think could change in the dispensary law that would cause us to not want dispensaries? Really couldn't get an answer. The only one someone came up with was what they took the tax away. Well, even if we waited till the laws came out and then acted then and put the stuff in place, and 6 months later, the state could take the tax away. You know, now again, they'd have to do that through legislative action since it was legislated, it's part of the law. But the point is, there really isn't anything that I personally can think of, and others might not feel comfortable like I do. I just don't feel that weight of not knowing with regards to dispensaries like I do with the bars. There's just so many, I just have a hard time picturing what that's going to be like, you know, and maybe it's, you know, so for one, from the Clean Air Act, you question whether it can be smoking, right? So now you're looking at, is it edibles? Is it teas? You know, how are the people consuming it? I just have a hard time picturing the lounge. Dispensary, piece of cake. The bars, I have a real hard time. And, you know, one of the things the other thing I look at with the dispensary, you're buying it and you're probably consuming at home. You're not going to be on the road. With a bar, you by definition are going to be on the road. Now you could get there by Uber and you could go home by Uber, and you could say the same thing about the bar. But one of the other things that bars have that the cannabis consumption sites do not. One, a lot of experience, right? Because again, bars have been around since before there was a town. Two, there is a field sobriety test that includes whether it's a breathalyzer, or a blood alcohol content test. There is a definitive test that says whether you are above the legal limit in alcohol. There is no such thing for cannabis. There is the sobriety evaluation that somebody basically looks and says, you know what, you're high. As someone who has a libertarian streak, to me, I have a real problem with that you can't point to something definitive to say whether I'm high or not. And that if this person offers testimony that I'm high and I've maybe never smoked pot, that I could potentially get a ticket. I have an issue with that. And so that's one of those things that there's so many more questions surrounding the bars to me that I'm not comfortable at this time till we understand what those laws are going to look like and how are they going to address these issues. I'm personally not comfortable opting in for bars. For dispensary, I can't imagine anything they could do differently beyond the stuff that, as we know, most of the stuff that you recited. There was one or two things in there that was, I won't say new to me, but was better defined than I thought they were still in, we're going to do this or that. But the point is, I can't think of anything they could add to that regulation that would cause me to say, you know what, I was going to approve dispensaries, now I'm not. So that's kind of where I sit. That the bars there's just a huge question mark with them right now. And I realize, one of the other things I'll say is in terms of if we opt out of bars, do we lose potential for some revenue from that? Sure we do. Do we lose some potential social justice? That's not the right term. What is it?
Equity, social
thank you.
equity.
Social equity funds, potentially, although I tend to think more of the social equity is going to go downtown because historically that tends to be where the inequity was stronger. Not to say there wasn't some in Henrietta, but it's probably much stronger in the city. But again, when I do the cost benefit analysis, I just look at, to me, dispensaries, there's a lot of benefit. There's not a whole lot of cost. Again, most of the negatives that people at the last meeting were speaking out against were more about whether marijuana should be legal. It is legal. That ship has sailed, right? When I look at the bars, it goes the other way. I don't see a whole lot of social benefit. I'd rather than someone go to a bar, I'd rather them hang out at Johnny's house and get high in their basement than do it at a bar. Again, I could see that changing in the future as we better understand and get a grasp around it, but that's just like I said, can't speak for the board. I'm only speaking for me. That's kind of where I sit.
I understand what you're saying. And if I can reframe, I don't see a lot of bars that check for inebriation before people leave. So I do understand that concern. I do understand that we don't know how it will metabolize if you do eat an ingestible. It does work differently for different people. There is an adult use responsibility element associated with anything that you imbibe, including, if you take a pill that, may affect or diminish your reaction time. So there isn't a test for that either, if you will. So we do have to utilize some of those funds towards the education and the prevention, just like you did to your point earlier, with the DWI and the DD. That was all in education. That was with police. That was with, the things that we used to see at the high school, all of those aspects. And you're right, that most of the funds will be earmarked as far as the social equity aspect. The community impact will be geared towards people that were disproportionately affected. And they haven't denoted exactly, but other states have correlated that to zip codes or, high schools that you went to. There's definitely, yeah, exactly. I am imagining that you have a lot of social equity applicants that you will have. So you are doing your part to help mitigate, that for those priorities, and maybe you give them priority too, as far as some of the municipality or zoning aspects. But I do think that if you do have a strong community as far as the education, from the high schools and up, as far as that drug education policy programs that you do with the nurse there, that we do with the Drug Policy Alliance. If you factor all those elements in, you may mitigate some of the issues that you have currently, even with people leaving a bar inebriated or using opioids and driving. So you're not wrong, but maybe that's an opportunity to spread the wealth to get people to drive sober as it is.
I do, you mentioned something and I just want to double check on it, because my understanding with the law, we can create effectively zoning laws, right? Time,
Correct.
manner, and place. But the way you just stated something, would we be able to give a preference to special use permits based off of the owners being someone who falls into that social equity, or is that something that the Office of Cannabis Management is going to be doing?
They
with
will do
regards
that
to
for the
licensing?
licensing, to your point. There will be that, and in their defense, obviously, I'm not in the know in what they're discussing behind. But we had a symposium a few months ago. We had Madam Chairwoman Wright speak to it virtually. And we do have Senator Cooney and some other legislators that are very active in this space. And as far as their comments and what they state, they will be giving preference to those first disproportionately affected, right? Those that were convicted of a marijuana offense, those that were in an impoverished area or an area that was decimated by the war on drugs, if you will, as they should. Receive their licensing first. There will be, I don't know if that's a weighted factor or if it's a preferential round, but they will definitely be given priority. And I would lend, it will be probably towards these type of licenses, the crafts, the micros, the dispensaries, and the consumption lounge. So there may be a barrier to entry for some social equity applicants, obviously unintended by this board, but that may prevent social equity applicants from getting into this burgeoning field in the aspect of a consumption license. I do know a lot of social equity applicants that are interested in consumption licenses.
Any other questions?
Just one. I spoke with Columbia Care. You know who they are?
I do,
Dispensary?
yes,
And they said that they were going to probably open up more offices also.
that's true. They're allowed to, if I may, they, with their registered organization, they're called, there's 10 of them in New York State.
Mhm,
So they have the seed to sale, they're vertically integrated. They're able to grow
mhm.
and sell in a medicinal environment. They will be giving first priority to receive recreational licenses as well,
Okay,
albeit limited. And I would lend that they'll probably put them in very populated areas,
thank you.
like in New York City, where they just built a huge facility.
Hmm.
Not to say they won't do that here, because they are here in
Mhm.
Kodak.
Well, thank you very much. It was very informative and we appreciate you being here.
I appreciate your attention and hope that we can develop a great ecosystem together. So thank you.
Thank you.
Becky, anyone online?
No one with their hands raised.
Okay. This gentleman over here. Oh, well, this, whichever. Okay. Famous last words.
Exactly. No, my name is Steve Paul. I live in the town of Pittsford and
Steve Paul?
Steve Paul.
Hey, Steve Paul. I know Steve Paul.
Hello. And to answer the question that Mr. Barley has asked before, the reason I'm here is because I didn't know there was one in Pittsford and they did opt out. Because I'd like to give my opinion on why it would matter to me that Henrietta would allow, I don't know about smoking facilities, but at least dispensary. And that is simple. I'm a 49-year-old man. I got 4 kids at home. My wife and I have been married 25 years. We're very normal, what appear to be a typical suburban type family. A number of years ago, I found out that I had some severe anxiety that was genetic and had led into a lot of depression and was having some issues in my life and went to my doctor. My doctor, did his best to help me out with that, was given some pharmaceuticals and prescriptions would absolutely help me with those issues. What I found though is those drugs, they had an adverse effect on my body and on certain mental aspects of myself that I didn't like, that it was worth not taking them. And it was noted to me by somebody else who said, well, why don't you try a CBD or a THC type product? So I did what I thought was the right thing and went to a doctor and got a medical license and go to the medical facilities to get my product and my prescription. And the reason why I'm appealing to all of you here today is for the exact example that Mr. Schultz had said earlier about the woman, the daughter who has MS. It's very inconvenient. I mean, the location that I generally have to go to is on the other side of the city. It's not around my work schedule. The products are very limited. They don't really do what they say they are intended to do. Unfortunately, they do. I take that back. No, they work very well. But what I mean is that it's a limited ability for me and for others like myself to be able to get our medication. I wish Pittsburgh would have opted in, so I knew they had a board meeting. I'd go there and I would say the same exact thing. For me, it's an issue of exactly what you said. I have found something in my life that has helped me get over things that has had a stigma in the past. I never used marijuana in the past, maybe 1 or 2 times in college. You know, I was just not one of those people that you would ultimately consider a pothead or whatever the term we would all like to use. But the point I'm trying to make is it was something that I found through a way that I needed help with something in my life. And I was very surprised to find out that that was the answer. And it truly is. Helps me sleep at night, helps me get up with energy. It is something that has really reinvigorated myself in my job and my relationships with my family. It has helped me in my life. And to be able, and we're not disputing the product here, I understand that. But I guess the point I wanted to make is the comments that I had today is, you know, and I understand Miss Chatham or Bolsner, or I'm sorry, how to address you, is exactly what you're talking about is, and Glenna did a really good job of maybe helping understand that is, you know, the fact that you guys are all saying, you know, this is legal but we don't know what the rules are. So why are we going to jump on board something we don't know what the rules are? Because the rules could come out later that are going to hurt our community. And then we have a different issue. So I understand what all that is. I think it's all very valid, actually, too. But I guess to reiterate and finally say what I was saying before is, for me as an individual, the product of marijuana and THC and CBD is something that has really actually changed my life. And I would really appreciate the opportunity to not have to do it at a time frame that's not inconvenient to me, whether it's, you know, on a weekend where I would rather be doing something with my children, or go without my medication because I can't get to my facility, or go out without something if they don't have enough or they don't have what I want. It's really, you know, the idea of having a medical facility and those medical sites is great, but they're so limited. They're really not doing much. It was almost kind of like, it was like the state said, okay, well, let's go, you can have this, but they didn't really put any thought and process into how it works. So
Albany didn't put the thought process in. Unbelievable.
I know, exactly, right, exactly. You know, and I'm not here to make disparaging comments about any governance or anybody that uses or does not use. It's just, I wanted to make sure that I made the case to you that there are people that are not your prototypical marijuana user that would really appreciate the opportunity to be able to come, if I was from this town, to my hometown, or a town which is 2 miles away from my house, to be able to get the medication that I need.
Right. Thank you very much.
One more quick comment. I know
Sure.
that was probably a nice hard close there, but
Sounded like it.
We got that idea, but yeah, right.
but you know, I mean, as far as is the stigma and what it looks like and it brings into town, you know, you've heard of, you know, the comments from many other people. It's not like you're walking into quote unquote a head shop. There are a lot of people just like me that do not want to have to go down to, and like I say, I don't want to say specific areas because it's not, you know, that may insult some people, but, you know, areas where I don't feel safe to have to get the medicine that I need because that place legalized a recreational dispensary, and someplace close town to me was not, because most of the people that you think that could be bad, that are going to, you know, make the town look bad or do things, those people are not going to be coming into these dispensaries. I can tell you, those people are going to continue to get it on the black market and go to the corner and go to their guy, because the taxes associated the state is going to bring down are going to be massive on this. And those products, those people are going to get on the street are not going to be safe. This gentleman had made a comment before that I thought was very important. The safetiness of these products is paramount, just as much as the dosage of the usage, like you had said, Mr. Schultz. So I guess I'll stop there and say thank you all very much for a few minutes of your time.
Board members have
Good to see you
questions?
again, Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Ralph. Good to see you, buddy.
Thanks, Steve.
Questions, comments? Okay.
The only reason I would ever consider this was because people have medical reasons that they use it for sleeping and pain and MS patients and stuff like that. So that is very important.
Yeah. Thanks, Ralph.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Cody. I live in Henrietta. I've only been in New York for the past about 6 years now. Reason why I want to talk to you guys and talk to you about this is I want to give you my story and how cannabis has impacted me and helped me medicinally. And as far as why we need recreational stores, based off a lot of arguments everybody has said previously. I'm a combat veteran of the Army. I was medically discharged. I have 15 years of experience in. I was in Ramadi and Fallujah in 2007, 2008, and I was also in Afghanistan in 2013 and 14. Long story short, I have PTSD. And there's a lot of things that I deal with on a daily basis. I'm a very anxious person. I'm very panicky. I can't be around large crowds of people. Like, this is a huge step for me right now. Even this small group of people and being up here, I haven't done this in a long time. And this is huge for me. And I wanted to bring that story to you because there is also another group of citizens within your community and New York State as a whole. And we are veterans. And it is known that the VA, and I'm not going to knock the VA at all. The VA has done great things for me. I love my physicians. But the VA is known for pumping out medicine. That's the first thing they did for me. They put me on a lot of medicine. They put me on Xanax, Klonopins, you name it, I was on it. Okay. Did that help me? It was a Band-Aid, right? Over a gaping wound. Okay. It didn't fix the problem. It just treated the symptoms, right? Fast forward, get a medical card. And as you guys know, there's very few medical dispensaries available. And as you know, they just allowed flower for the state for you to be able to consume there. Well, not only that, they have a limited amount of products. There are specific strains of cannabis that help me. Mac 1 is one of them, specifically that are widely known to help people that suffer, not just veterans, but anybody that suffers with PTSD. PTSD is not something that is just impacted with soldiers or people that have seen, dramatic things. PTSD happens to everybody. It can happen to anybody for any kind of thing. The point being that I want to bring to you guys is if we don't have another option, our community, to come within our own town and help build our own community up and help bring that revenue in and help our community and our people within our community and keep that here in Henrietta. Okay. So our people, I don't have to travel somewhere else. I'd rather keep my business here in Henrietta. I'd rather keep that cash flow here. I'd rather support the local farmers. I would rather support, the local business establishments that have been here, that have been established, that have the reputation in the community, or even the ones that just starting out that may not have the opportunity before. Now they have a great opportunity. There's so much opportunity here in Henrietta for our citizens, for us to be able to help and grow. The key thing here is education. The main reason why I want to talk to you and the reason why I'm up here today is to educate, just in a sense of that it's not just, your average person off the street. It's not just your doctor, or your lawyer, but there's also us too. There's also us that are veterans, and cannabis nationwide has helped us tremendously. Huge movement. The VA is currently doing studies with cannabis as far as treating PTSD symptoms. They're in phase 2 clinical trials with that, as well as also, this is going off topic, but other type of draconian laws and issues that were keeping certain drugs off the market from being researched. They're finding that are helping people in certain doses, right? So the key thing here is education. And I have found, and a lot of members in my community have found, that cannabis helps us. And for us to have an option to go somewhere and have somebody help us and look through and have a selection of inventory that we could choose from. Maybe I was exposed to the burn pits and I have lung issues, right? And I can't smoke, but cannabis helps me, right? I could go to a business here in Henrietta, to a recreational facility, because there are no medical facilities here in Henrietta. And I can go there and I can talk with somebody who's experienced. You may not know, you might have citizens in the community who may be doctors or physicians that may want to jump into this, or maybe pharmacists that want to jump into this, that want to help the community and spread that medical knowledge and help bridge that gap, that don't want to get into the medical dispensary side of things, because why should they when recreational is here now and you have the ability to keep the big corporations out of it and help your community? Because that's what this really is all about. It's really about the community right now. This is the whole reason why we're talking. We're talking about this because this is affecting Henrietta. This is your choice and our choice as citizens, and your choice on whether or not you want to opt in now or opt in later. I completely agree with you on the lounge aspect. There are a lot of questions that need to be answered for that. I completely agree with that. As far as the recreational facilities, like was previously pointed out, like I just wish you guys could see that, like what was previously said, like an Apple store, like it's completely, it's not, I feel so safe going in there. I don't feel overwhelmed. I feel like I get help, right? And I apologize, but cannabis has changed my life, and it has helped me get off of medications that I was prescribed before for issues related to that. And like, I can function without, because cannabis is not all about just getting high or THC as far as back that, right? So if we have a recreational place in our community, it just adds an option. That's all it does. It just adds an option for us, and it allows us to keep our business and our tax dollars and our money here within the community. So with that, in closing, that's all I have to say. If there are no questions.
Thanks for sharing, Cody.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you for your service to our
Yeah,
country.
thank you, Cody, for your service.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Next. You can call out.
Hey, guys, remember me?
I do.
Martin,
But you
Ryan
still
Martin.
gotta
Yeah, I know. I'm
Introduce
just trying to
yourself for
get
the
my
record.
bearings here. Hold on a second. My name's Ryan Martin, at the store in the regional market. First off, I just like to thank you, Mr. Barley, and you, Mr. Staffer, for your services the last 4 years. You guys made this town a great place. Being
Thank you.
here.
Thank you.
With that being said, did anybody go to the Winter Cannabis Festival this weekend?
I saw the advertisement. I didn't get
I
to make
swear I
it.
saw you there.
It was my brother,
Oh,
Daryl.
Your brother Daryl?
I have a real brother, Daryl. He's 6'5".
Okay, well, it was wonderful. I don't know if you got to read anything about it, but Cooney was there. It was over 3,000 people. The line went all the way from the Armory down to Alexander Street. Went off without a hitch. Everything was great.
Great.
You can read what he wrote on his Instagram page if you'd like. I don't want to go over it right now. I want to make this short and sweet this time. Lady came in my store yesterday. I got to talk about her. Her husband's going through chemotherapy. He's got cancer. He hasn't eaten in 5 days. The doctor told her to go to a store and find a weed pen to give to him so that he could eat and survive, live. So I want to tell you that kind of stuff is already happening at my store. These people need help, just like this gentleman who was just here talking. He needs help. He needs your guys' help. Okay, by you guys saying yes to dispensaries, you're going to give these people that help that they need immediately. As soon as New York gets all their ducks in a row with legalization, licensing and all that. By you guys opting in, these people will be helped immediately, not wait in your town. Yes, they can go to other towns, but why, if they need it in 10 minutes versus 20, 10 minutes is better. Just like there's a Burger King in this town and there's a Burger King in that town, they'd rather go to this Burger King, because it's close. The other thing I just want to talk about is the states that did have cannabis legalized already when COVID hit, and it was terrible for everyone, and they were closing down businesses because they were considered non-essential. Guess what? Dispensaries were considered essential, and they stayed open throughout that. So that's a big point that I think needs to be hammered down to you guys as well. And the 40% that's going to help people that have been affected by this, that's another big thing that you guys can help with. I've actually already had shirts made with a cannabis leaf, 40%, and on the back it says Henrietta Helps. And I want to sell those shirts at my store. So hopefully we can get through that today and I can have them for sale, and people from Henrietta can be proud to wear something like that.
Even if we opt out, you can still sell the t-shirt. then.
Yeah, I know, but it just wouldn't have the same, gusto, you know what I mean? So with all that being said, I'm gonna finish. If you guys have any questions, I'd be
Yeah,
glad to
I have a
answer.
question, and I apologize if we asked this last time.
Sure.
Have you thought about what you would do from a social equity standpoint?
Yes, I would hire people affected by that. I've already had people inquire. And whatever I see, what people don't know about me is I went to 33 school over on Parcells growing up, and I also went to 37 school on Thurston and Congress as a kid. So I know what it's like, not fully, but I do. And when I moved out in the suburbs, I lived next door to a Black family, and me and him are like this to this day. So, I would give back to those schools. Personally, those two schools, because that's where I went, and I know how hard they have it. So I would give like laptops to students. If I was doing it and I was killing it, making good money, then yes, I would definitely do stuff like that. That's stuff I would like to do it. I'm also would give back to the Children's Miracle Network and at Strong, because I'm the founding child. A lot of people don't know that about me. I cut the ribbon in 1978 over at Long Ridge Mall. So, I just would help. I that's what I'm in this game for, is to help people who need the help, like that gentleman and the person who was here from MS and a lady who was at my store, and help people who are affected by it.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
So Ryan,
Yes, sir.
I can't get by to see your store if you close early every night.
I know. I just had I got a son. He was
Okay.
He was just born 6 months ago. So
Congratulations.
I thank you, sir. It's my first, and
What a lame
I
excuse.
love him more than anything in this world.
His
So
wife
in
is-
general, if I was gonna come by the store, what time is a good time to come by to look?
11 to 7.
7. Well,
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
been there before 7 before.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Not on a
I
Sunday.
must have just missed you.
You must have. I usually been leaving at 7:30.
Okay.
If I'm there.
I was gonna say the same thing as Mr. Barley, that I came by your store a couple times and.
Did you?
Yeah, before
We're
closing.
missing you.
Yes, we're missing.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I've been skating home. to
I'll
go
come by
hang out.
earlier next
I-
time.
That's
When
my life now. I'm there like all day, so I want to get home and see my guy.
Gotcha.
I do understand. I do
Yeah,
understand your
yeah.
priorities.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. You guys work hard. I also would like to say that Henrietta, you guys here have thoroughly, went through this. This is the third time we're here talking about this. Most towns like Pittsburgh did it under the rug, swept it under the rug, Greece, you guys 3 times, you're listening to everybody, pros, cons, you're taking in emails, although they're biased, all of them, to whoever's writing them and whatnot, but you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Ryan, liquor stores were essential also during the pandemic.
Correct. They were.
I went there a lot.
Yeah. People need their medicine.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yes,
Appreciate
guys.
it.
Thank you.
Next. Will we actually be done?
Were we gonna read any of the emails that we received?
If you've got one that you'd like to bring forth. Some of them were follow-ups to discussions here, so I wouldn't read those, but I do remember seeing one. In fact, that's what I was just scrolling through to see if I could find it. Becky, if you happen to know where it was, because I'm pretty sure it was sent to us by the clerks.
I think it was put into our folder too.
Was it?
Hold on. Resident comments. Yeah. Yeah, there was one.
Or am I
for,
missing?
Union Place Coffee Roasters. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yep.
So as we're looking for that, I did talk to some people that said that they couldn't sleep and they were using gummies to sleep and for pain and stuff. So it is a big education process with all of this stuff. So it's nice to hear, because without that, And I do have clients that have PTSD and they're kind of manic depression. And they do use that. They have marijuana cards and they use them. So I understand what you're talking about. So
So I'm happy to read this letter. It's from Lori D. Prospero. She is, the subject is Union Place Coffee Roasters Letter of Support on Cannabis Law Vote. I am Lori D. Prospero, owner Union Place Coffee Roasters at the Genesee Valley Regional Market and a resident of Henrietta for the last 30 years. I've owned my business, Union Place Coffee Roasters, at the Regional Market for 8 years. Bill Mulligan rented me my first office space my first space in 2013. I love the market and the future directions Brendan Tidings is taking the market. I'm citing for the future of the market, the familial relationship people have within the market and what we add to the Henrietta community. I'm writing this letter to support the recent discussions regarding cannabis. I want to thank you all for facilitating intelligent conversations regarding cannabis and our town. I would vote to allow limited dispensaries and wait on moving forward with any on-site consumption. On-site consumption can be a data-driven decision based on the limited dispensaries. Whether you may agree or disagree, cannabis will become part of our mainstream society. Furthermore, I believe cannabis will be regulated similar to current alcohol laws. Moving forward, the market is a great location to demonstrate how well New York State can facilitate the cannabis business and set a precedent for the New York cannabis industry. The 585 MJ Cannabis Store, which is currently owned or open as a CBD store at the Regional Market. This store is directly next to my coffee roaster business. I support Ryan Martin, the owner of 585 MJ, as a cannabis store dispensary. I've had many conversations with Ryan Martin, owner of the store, and I believe he has the knowledge to be a leader in New York State cannabis. He spoke passionately at our last town meeting. I think his heart is in the right place. He has a vision, and I believe he can drive that bus into the future. From a business owner's perspective, I have reservations about unforeseen situations such as liberal consumption on the market property. I believe the dispensary should move forward. However, more planning needs to be put in place for me to feel comfortable with on-site consumption. I have followed the cannabis industry for many years. Our oldest son works in the industry in Colorado. He's had an interesting journey working in the cannabis industry as has developed over the last 7 years since it's been legal. Cannabis has been proven to help people suffering many illnesses. It is a big business, one our town should capitalize, and I believe addressing people's apprehensive perspective through education is a positive plan forward. Thank you for your leadership in our town and listening to my opinion. Happy holidays. So I'm not going to say her signature looks like Ryan's. No, I'm just kidding. But you know, this has actually been one of the questions we'd asked is, you know, at the last meeting I'd asked to try to get some opinions from store owners. And, you know, I did speak to someone who was the property manager in the store or of the market in Saginaw, and did say to his surprise, there's actually been a benefit to some of the stores. Now, one of them is hopefully will go away, and you'll understand what I mean by a minute. One of the benefits was the bank that's there. Because it's a cash only business, they get a lot of people coming to use the bank and the ATM. But you know, it's he basically said he has not seen any negative ramifications from that from the store, and only positive ramifications. Yep.
Can I add one?
No, comment only if you do it at the microphone.
Thank you for indulging me, but you just reminded me that there has been a study that shows that homes and businesses within a half a mile to a mile radius of a cannabis dispensary have increased their property values significantly. So I just forgot to mention that too. So that's an impact to your community and businesses too.
To be honest, I'd want to see that, because I think the homes, I suspect, is correlation, not causation. I find
It
it hard
is a
to,
correlation, you're right.
right, but whereas, so my point is, I don't know that it's, if somebody had a great picture today, it was a cat sitting on a tin roof where the stance underneath it was, the roof was all dented down, the stance was collapsed, and it said, you know, science, it's important to understand the difference between correlation and causation.
Agreed.
My point being that, you know, with the businesses, that's something that I'd be interested in seeing because I do believe there would be a potential causal relationship there. I find it hard to believe that it would affect house prices, especially since we're not allowing them in residential districts. So, but, you know.
With
and-
gentrification, there's been a lot of immersion with dispensaries and environments that have increased, especially in more an urban environment. But I can send you the
So
study.
that I would agree with, that if it's pumping new money into the local economy, that I do see that could, I would think that would be on more of a, you know, at a neighborhood scale. But I think a better way to look at it is it would help lift up depressed areas more
Agreed.
than if, I don't know if it would have as much of an effect in the suburbs as it might in an urban area where, you know, unfortunately, because of perception, as well as increased crime in a lot of areas in downtown, that potentially just, you know, depresses property value. So that's a good point. There, I could see that being a causal relationship, not just correlation.
I'll send you the studies.
That'd be great.
Yes, thank you.
Supervisor@henrietta.org.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I know Councilman-elect Page sent us email too. He's been here for a few meetings. I didn't, you know, wondered if he'd want to speak on it. I think he objected to it, if I remember correctly.
I don't know. Rick, do you want to speak?
Oh, okay, well, then maybe we'll, I guess it doesn't.
I don't remember objecting to it, Michael. I
Oh,
sent an
okay.
email.
I'm trying to find the email.
I think it might have been in relationship to the Health and Safety Coalition that I'm a member of that had concerns. But all those people have been here listening and have given the give and take.
And so that at the last year meeting, we had a number of individuals from that
Yes.
coalition. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I do know, like I said, a big part of their concern was specifically with regards to children.
That was
And
based, yeah, that's what we're all about, is the children and Health and Safety Coalition. And again, as you have more meetings and more people come up, and just like now, we keep saying we don't have a lot of information, but every meeting we hear a little bit more.
Right.
And I think people, from the time the issue first came up to the time of the, right now, after several meetings and everybody sharing, I bet you people's feelings have changed a little bit since their original thoughts. So.
Right, thank you.
Okay.
And I did find it, and it did say, with the consideration of family,
Right,
children and
yep.
families. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rick.
Any others? Anything online, Becky?
No one with hands raised.
Okay, then hearing no further comments, I am going to close the public hearing for the proposed local law to opt out of either both adult use cannabis retail dispensaries and on-site consumption sites, or just cannabis on-site consumption sites. Hearing no objections, hearing closed. Thank you for everybody again. It's been great to have a very intelligent and informed discussion, and the respectful nature by which people have participated. Very, very appreciated. Our third and final public hearing is for the proposed local law to amend the Henrietta Town Code to address prohibited activities in town parks. So basically, we've always had some town code with regards to behavior in town parks. In some cases, there was a little bit of ambiguity that we wanted to clear up. Yeah, feel free to exit if we're here for the other hearings and don't care about this one. You know, one of the things that wasn't addressed in there was cannabis. So we basically added that essentially by the same rules that we have for alcohol in town parks, which is, you know, you can't just have open consumption. If you're going to have an event, you have to have a permit, the whole 9 yards. If you're selling or distributing alcohol, you would have to extend your liquor license. In this case, for pot, you would have to extend your cannabis license. So, and And then there was also a little bit more clarification with regards to pet laws. And part of the goal here is we are putting up new signs that address all of the issues right at the front entrance to the parks to make sure people are crystal clear. And then in there, it actually also includes the citation of the section of code. So that way, if we have a problem and the sheriff's department, excuse me, has to sorry about that. If we have an issue and the sheriff's department has to intervene, they'll have a convenient location by which to cite the town code for which the person is violating. So again, nothing really all that new. It's more the only real new part to the code is bringing the cannabis paralleling the alcohol. There were some other things that were part of our town policy. The problem is when they're part of town policy, the sheriff can't enforce them. So by making it part of the town code with regards to behavior in town park, if necessary, the sheriff can enforce it. As a general rule, I will say it is a rare day we call the sheriffs for something that's happened in the park, but it has happened, unfortunately, occasionally, that we have some people who are who get belligerent when they're told the behavior that they're doing is not allowed. In those cases, we do have to call the sheriffs. Any questions, comments?
Just think it's good to have, we're gonna have it posted now, so when the sheriffs pull up, they can point to the law and
Right.
and rate people up if needed.
I do have a hand raised in our virtual audience.
Go ahead and put them on.
This is Kevin Yost.
Metaverse.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yes, Kevin Yost, 1474 Middle Road. I do agree with that recreational marijuana should be banned in town parks. I know that under the previous administration, the town board voted 4-1 to ban tobacco use, or at least smoking. And as much as I detest tobacco use, it's disgusting and put up with my parents smoking and had health problems growing up because they smoked, and my mother admitted to having smoked when she was pregnant for me. But it can't really be enforced in the town park. I do support being banned so many feet away from a playing surface such as playground or sports field and a cabin or pavilion, picnic shelter. And then I'm on the fence, and though a lot of it depends on town's insurance, things like model rockets and model airplanes and drones, and also discharge of projectiles, such as arrows and firearms should be banned. I guess the firearms should just be banned away from the places I told that tobacco should be banned, but the discharge of them or arrows should not be allowed.
Just to be clear, marijuana is not being banned. There is a smoking ban in place in the park, so the smoking of marijuana would be banned. But if somebody were to have an event and cannabis were legal, and so it was a birthday party and they wanted to have consumables at that birthday party, and they had a proper permit to be at the cabin and followed all the rules of the Office of Cannabis Management, there would not be an issue with them having consumables. But smoking, because in other words, there's no such thing as secondhand gummies, right? That, if I consume a gummy, it doesn't affect you, but there is secondhand smoke. So smoking is banned but not the consumption of cannabis. However, just like, you know, we have the open container law, you can't be walking around the park, you can't consume at the playground, stuff like that. That's the same thing true for cannabis. But again, just like with alcohol, if somebody's having an event in a cabin, they can have beers there as long as they're following all New York State liquor laws. The same thing would be true of cannabis, that they could have consumption as long as they're following all New York State cannabis laws. So I just wanted to make sure that that's clear.
Yes, yes, it is. Of course, now I'm sure people are consuming alcohol in the town and in Veterans Park on 4th of July festival, and they get away with it, just like you can't enforce a smoking ban that put in place, or why the one council member voted against it, despite their having a daughter with really bad asthma.
Right.
It couldn't be enforced, and I just think tobacco use should be allowed, except so many feet away from a playground or a picnic shelter, cabin, or any sports playing surfaces.
Right. So again, it's only, just like with alcohol, it's only where permitted. And it's inside the cabins, not the pavilions. It's inside the cabins. I shouldn't say not pavilions. I don't remember the rules 100%, but certainly not at the playgrounds, not in the open areas. As far as whether the smoking ban can be enforced, it can be. And just as we could enforce no alcoholic consumption during the 4th of July event out in the open, I will say that depending on the event, it gets more difficult. And, you know, it's not a question of can, but there's certainly, when you get to large enough crowds, you are not going to be able to stop it all. But the point being, if you have somebody who is out of control and consuming, you can, and you essentially, they bring themselves to your attention, you absolutely can enforce that code right then and there. So again, I can't speak to why that one council member objected. That was long before I was on this board.
I was at that meeting, and if I remember correctly, it was Councilwoman Zink who voted against.
Yes.
Voted against it. Her concern was, and I think it was what you're going for is enforcement.
Right.
If I, you know.
Yeah, so I get that it's tough to enforce, but again, the idea is, if, you know, it's the same thing with town codes, right? I could probably go to every single house in town and find some violation.
Please don't come by my house.
Right? We don't drive around and look for every little nitpicky violation. It's when somebody is causing issues, when their violations are causing issues. And again, it's not selective enforcement in that we say, you know what, we like Rob, we're going to ignore his.
Right.
But we don't like Mike, we're going to enforce his. That's not what we're doing. It's the point being, if you know, your activity or your violation or whatever creates an issue, it's going to bring it to our attention, and in that case, we do enforce it. And so, you know, I will say, when a code enforcement officer comes across a violation, he will write it up regardless, because again, you can't be selectively enforced. So going back to the 4th of July, if people are sitting there on a picnic and they've got, you know, a beer in a glass, or as I've pointed out, somebody could make a rum and Coke and put it back in a Coke bottle and we would never know the difference, right? We're not going to go around sniffing people's drinks to see if there's alcohol in it. But at the same token, if there's somebody, you know, spraying champagne and drinking it, we're absolutely going to stop them. You know, they're causing a huge issue. They brought us to their attention. We're going to cite that code section that says you can't have an open container of alcohol in the town park, and we are going to ask them to leave. So I understand the point that Ms. Zink made. I just don't happen to agree with it. I'm a believer that some enforcement is better than no enforcement. And so that's kind of where I stand. And I think that's where the majority of this board seems to stand because based off of actions taken elsewhere. So
I just,
I also forgot to mention that I do some volunteer work for the American Lung Association. I volunteer at their Fight for Our Climbs in one of the downtown buildings. We're not in pandemic. And then prior to that, they had walks and runs in different parks and different the village of Fairport once, and then once on a college campus. As I say, I do detest smoking. I had asthma growing up because my parents smoked when I was a kid, and my mother and my father my mother was pregnant, and you know, and had to clean up tobacco. Working at Walmart, I had to sweep off the sidewalk, the butts off the sidewalk, and put out the fires in the butt can and clean out the butt cans, and it was a pain being a cashier having to sell tobacco. I rejoice now that Walmart doesn't and other retailers don't sell tobacco vape products anymore, and wish I was that way when I was there. Just that it just said it's you know, as I say, so difficult to doing.
thank you very much.
I'm done. Thank you.
thank you, Kevin.
Any other comments?
I just want to add it. That's what I recall. That it was Councilwoman Zink and it was because of enforcement. I'm don't want to say
No.
that for 100% sure.
Gotcha. Understood. Any further comments? And hearing no objection, I'm going to close the public hearing on the proposed local law to amend Henrietta Town Code to address prohibited activities in town parks. Thank you for everybody who's participated in the public hearings. Again, very much appreciate the discussion and the reasoned discussion, especially with regards to these hearings.
Can we take a short break?
We
before
can.
we move into the resolutions?
Yep. Okay. How long, what do you think? 5 minutes? Okay, we will resume in 5 minutes.
Are you guys ready to come back? Don just needs to unmute you.
Okay, as I said, could I get my fourth resolution?
You good, Becky?
I'm good. We can hear you now.
Supervisor Schultz and fellow board members, I have resolution number 27340, 2021 to authorize bills payable for December 20th, 2021 through today, December 22nd, 2021.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz and fellow board members, I have resolution 27-341, 2021 to call for a public hearing for proposed local law to amend the Henrietta zoning code to require a special use permit for retail firearms and ammunition sales.
Second.
Any discussion?
Just surprised that we didn't have to have that before.
Yeah. Anything online? Do we have any non-staff members online, Becky?
There's four. It's up there. There's four.
Four.
Okay,
I don't see any hands raised.
I just didn't know if that, how many of them were staff members, because a lot of staff members attend online. Okay, hearing no further comments, please call the roll.
I just want to thank Mr. Stafford for bringing that up. This resolution is a great idea.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Anything else? Now call the roll.
All right, Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have a resolution 27-342, 2021 to call for a public hearing for a proposed local law to update the town code with respect to the Cold War veterans property tax exemption.
Second.
So, you know, again, in this case, when the town first participated, they participated at the lowest level. We're proposing bumping up 2 levels. Any questions? This is just a call for the public.
Yeah, I'll wait
hearing.
until the public hearing.
Yep. Hearing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor, fellow town board members, I have resolution 27-343, 2021 to call for a public hearing on a proposed local law to add real property tax exemptions for volunteer fire and emergency personnel.
Second. So again, this is a brand new law signed by the governor on December 1st. Was brought forth by, unfortunately, I didn't have my notes handy with me, but brought forth by work from a number of Monroe County legislators. The only person I know, because I've been talking to him about, is Michael Udelson, and then it was through State Assembly Member Lunsford, I believe.
Jed.
And I forget who the state senator was. And so basically, this property tax exemption is part of New York State real property tax law. And you'll notice the -K because basically as more counties add it, that's what the additional letters are the additional counties that add it.
Okay.
So I've also reached out to the school district and the fire district to see if they will adopt this as well. Michelle, do you want to come up and talk?
No, I just wondered if you were looking for the names Brooke and Lunsford?
Could you,
Baruch.
could you speak into the microphone,
Oh,
please?
sure, sorry.
No problem.
Hi, Michelle Nicodemus, Town Assessor. I was just wondering if you're looking for the
I was.
names, yes, Brooke and Lunsford.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And so, you know, I think it's great, as I've said before, that we're looking to provide a little bit of real property tax benefit it's specifically for those volunteers in the fire district or at the ambulance who live in Henrietta. So they have to essentially live in the town for which their volunteer service covers. So, and the initial conversation with the school seems to go well, and we'll see, hopefully the school board will pass it, as will the fire district. And I do know that it has been proposed at the county level as well, but hopefully we'll be one of the first towns to sign on to this new law.
That's great.
I think it's very important. I think it might help, to boost our volunteers.
Yes.
Become more aware of things going on, having going on. So I think it might help.
I think it's a nice way to maybe incentivize drawing more volunteers into this type of work, and to show appreciation for those who've been doing it for some time. That's
Agreed.
great.
Yep, it is a great thank you.
Agree.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Fellow board members, I have resolution 27-344, 2021, to appoint Chris Richardson to the Henrietta Board of Ethics.
Seconded.
Any further discussion?
I want to thank Millie for her recommendation.
Well, and thank Chris Richardson for his willingness to serve on the Board of Ethics, as well as Bob Cook for all the work that he put into updating our ethics code.
Yep.
And
Here,
he
here.
updated
himself out of a job.
He sure did.
One of the things I will say that was great is Mr. Richardson has a lot of experience in ethics, including he's on the honor board at I believe it's U of R. So, he's part of a research facility. If you're not familiar with the honor board, that it's essentially they provide ethics recommendations and other such. There's other services as well, but to medical professionals, especially in the research department, because you have to make sure there aren't any conflicts of interest. If I'm doing a study for the efficacy of a drug or the, FDA to go towards the FDA approval of a drug, obviously, if the individual has any kind of financial remuneration from that thing passing, that's a huge conflict of interest. So a lot of familiarity with it coming in. So it was great. Great applicant. So very excited.
I would also like to thank Millie for finding this applicant.
Yep.
So thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz and fellow board members, I have resolution number 27-345, 2021, to authorize the advertisement of bids for the production of the town newsletter.
Second.
So I'd like to thank Mike for his help in putting together the specifications. Having his experience in the print industry has been beneficial, and hopefully we'll get some really good responses and find one that's of really good value for printing our newsletters, because I know they are very much appreciated by town residents.
Are we limiting that to union approved?
That's an interesting point. We didn't put that in as part of the measure for best value. Rather than limit it, I would not have an issue with adding that part of the basis is part of that best value analysis is based off of whether they are union.
Great idea.
So why don't you make the motion to amend?
I make a motion to amend resolution
27-345.
27-345, 2021.
Can I interrupt? really quick?
Sure.
How would that apply to best value, Supervisor?
So the same way we've done other stuff in terms of when we look at the way we've done almost all of our best values is we start with price And then what we do is as we score them on these other things, we effectively, if they score poor, their price goes up. If they score better, their price comes
I
down.
get the scoring. I'm saying a union specifically, how would that play into the value of a bidder?
The support, there's been a traditional support in government for union bids. In fact, a lot of the stuff, you know, if you want to do Comida, for instance, you have to, so I don't know, or is it union or is it prevailing wages? Is that what your question is? I'm not clear what your question
No,
is.
I just don't like, best value might be experience, price, obviously, turnaround time, things like that, things that provide value in terms of a service. I wasn't sure what you meant.
Well, so
by-
let me ask this question. How does prevailing wages provide value for when we go out for construction?
Well, that's a law. Those things, prevailing wages are required to be paid for construction
But
by
why?
the state. I don't,
Presumably, there's some value to that, right? To the community. I don't know.
yeah, I'm just not sure what you're
I guess,
doing here.
I guess I would be looking at them being experienced in their field and supporting our community as a way of adding value, supporting workers, and working families. What did you say, Millie? I'm sorry.
Quality workmanship.
Quality
I think,
workmanship.
Is typically associated with a union related shop, that there tends to be a higher quality.
Okay. But I'm only asking because obviously there are going to
Right.
be non-union people,
Right.
shops that might want to bid on this. So,
They can.
They can.
yeah.
And so, again, an example, there's a lot of times with a lot of stuff for that you get additional points. So woman or minority owned, right? Or veteran owned or stuff like that. And again, there's a value to the community more than a direct value on the response itself, right? And so for instance, for the LWRP, we have to demonstrate 25% woman or minority
Yeah,
owned.
it's state law stuff again. Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but again, those are there because there's a benefit to that. It's to help those who might otherwise not get as much opportunity. So,
Okay, so basically you're gonna give points if,
additional weight to someone who, and speaking of that, do we want to do that for union shop or woman minority? What do they call it? MBE, business enterprise? Is that what the?
All that apply.
Don, do you know the official term for that? By any chance?
MW.
Minority,
MWBE,
women,
I think.
That's what I think.
It's
Woman or minority
enterprise.
business enterprise. That's what I
Yeah.
thought. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
It's MWBE.
And he said there was a DBE, disadvantaged. And then union. You have those three, Rob, for your,
And
And-
I have MWBE, and then what's the other?
DBE, disadvantaged
DBE.
business enterprise,
Okay,
and then union shop.
got it.
And that's adding to our best value criteria.
That would be added to the best value criteria, yes.
Okay, let's give it a shot. Supervisor Schultz and fellow board members, I move to resolution 27
Amend
to
resolution.
amend resolution 27-345, 2021, to also add best value shops like union shops, MWBE and DBE businesses for our printing.
Second.
Okay, so the way I'm gonna propose that we specifically add this is where it currently says and overall printing performance. Just prior to that, we are going to include DBE, MWBE, or union shop businesses, comma,
Okay,
and then it'll say and overall printing performance.
great.
So that'll get added to the resolution as well as to the specifications that goes out, since that clause was put in this bid specification.
Right. And I think it would be a good idea to have your, I know you do like a grid with the best value on the Excel, to have these categories set up there with the weights you're going to assign to them before you get the bids back.
We do that. That's
Yeah.
that we did that same thing when we got back or with the bids for basically for all of them. We
Yeah,
basically put
can't
together a
remember that.
spreadsheet.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, with the weight percentages for each one of
Correct.
those categories before, probably be best before the
Right.
bids even go
Right.
out. So that, you know, the bidders are aware of what they're being judged by.
Whether it goes before they're out, we'll have to see because
January 19th.
seeing when they're,
January
because the
19th.
specification,
January 19th.
I know that's when they come back. My point is, we had the thing, it's ready to go out right now.
Mhm.
So.
So we only release it when the people request, so nobody will receive it until we get a request from them.
And so
Okay.
if we don't have it out by the time we get our first request, when it's updated, we'll send it out to people who responded. Chris Martin just shouted rudely from the back of the audience that we could always do an addendum.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Yeah, just to be clear, the weights that you're assigning to the categories on which you're judging these bids, I would
Mhm.
have those set before you start getting bids back for sure.
Okay,
And
Yeah.
well, again, if they come back, they're sealed until the opening. So we will definitely have it done before then. We'll do it as soon as we can, but we need to have a little bit of discussion.
Okay.
I wouldn't be comfortable just willy-nilly assigning percentages now.
Yep.
okay.
Okay. Any further discussion on the modification, on the amendment? Okay, please call the roll to amend resolution 27-345 to include MWBE, DBE, and Union Shop as part of the basis for best value.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. And Becky, I will send you that copy right after the meeting.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Should supervisors or should Councilman Stafford abstain from that because you're including a union and he is part of the printers union?
I was going to abstain, but when we added the women and disability, I didn't think it would be necessary, but if.
I'm just thinking if
okay,
he
I-
represents a union shop,
Sure.
then
that
I will
particular
I will
union shop.
abstain.
I'm just asking the
Yep.
question.
No, you're,
That's
I'm
probably,
just
it's not,
worried
a-
with
it's not,
their ethics and stuff like
it's
that.
not a
I just-
bad
thank you.
idea.
It's not a
Yeah,
bad.
I'm just
thank you.
asking the question.
Yep, I will abstain. Thank you. Originally I was going to, but then
Yeah.
when we added the other stuff, I didn't think it'd be necessary, but good point. Thank you.
Yep.
Abstain.
Good catch. Okay, so now we are voting on the resolution 27-345 as amended to authorize the advertisement of bids for the production of the town newsletters. That was the English translation version of why I said advertisements. Any further discussion on that one? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Yeah, this one.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Fellow board members and Supervisor Schultz, I have resolution 27-346, 2021 to authorize the purchase of additional security cameras for the recreation center.
Second,
Any discussion?
just glad we're getting that taken care of because was my understanding supposed to be done a long time ago when it was built. Had to, took some shortcuts, it seemed like back then, and glad we're getting it fixed.
So will the ones in the front of the building go out further now?
They will cover some of the holes. There's a portion of the front of the building that isn't currently covered by video.
Okay,
I don't know that we'll necessarily see any further into the parking lot,
Gotcha.
but there was a portion of the parking lot we couldn't see.
okay,
And more importantly, we couldn't see where the picnic tables and the playground were.
Okay.
That's the covers that we're
right.
especially interested in.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good idea.
Very good.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution 27-347, 2021. Whereas Home Depot Operation Surprise has donated $1,000 to the town of Henrietta Recreation Center. And whereas the check in the amount of $1,000 was received by the Recreation Department, Director, excuse me. Therefore, be it resolved that the town of Henrietta, the town board acknowledges this donation and thanks the Home Depot Operation Surprise for their generosity.
Second.
So they showed up with one of those really big checks, and I want to throw it in the back of my car like Happy Gilmore and see if we could get a few more, but they also gave us the real size check that we could actually cash, but
Where is it? We should see it and show it to people.
we'll have Pam bring it to a future town
Right.
board meeting, or at least get it to my office and I'll bring it.
Right. Well, thank you to Home Depot for that generous gift.
Thank you.
They got some of it back today from me.
Yeah, all my money's going.
Any
there.
further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor, fellow town board members, I have resolution 27-348, 2021. Whereas Bob Moore collected arrowheads and artifacts on his grandfather Fred Moore's farm located in the southwest corner of the town of Henrietta. And whereas the items in the collection predate the formation of the town of Henrietta and possibly even predate the settlement of the Seneca Nation, providing a view into the lives of the people who lived here long before the arrival of European settlers. And whereas after his death, the collection came into the possession of Bob Moore's close friend and former classmate Bill Torpy, who felt it was important that the collection be returned to the town in which the items were discovered. Therefore, be it resolved that the Henrietta Town Board thanks Mr. Torpy for his generous donation of the Native American artifacts to the town of Henrietta, where they will be displayed under the direction of the town historian. Be it further resolved that the Henrietta Town Board thanks the late Bob Moore for his efforts in helping to preserve the rich history of the town of Henrietta.
Second. Discussion?
Just really look forward to
Yeah,
viewing that.
this is
And-
awesome that he thought to put him back to the town. This is really exciting.
Yeah, I was just wondering, do we have any idea as to how they, it's Tina, right? How they're intending to be displayed or where?
Tinker, right?
So I believe she has some new display cabinets that we authorized to purchase for previously that will be good for housing these so that, it's a lockable cabinet, glass top, so they'll be able to display them. But
Right.
It is going to be a Tinker, right, today?
it will be a
It's
Tinker, yeah.
Okay, fantastic.
Any further discussion? Again, like to thank everybody involved. My grandfather, my grandmother remarried, but my grandfather was Mohawk Indian, and I used to love going with him to see some of the sites. So this is extra special to me. I think it's really neat from some of the rich history of the native populations in this state. So
Yeah, it's a
Thank you
very
again.
generous donation and one that I know that our whole town will enjoy.
Anything else? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Councilmember Safranek,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Fellow board members, I have resolution 27-349, 2021 to close out the capital project for the Veterans Memorial Park Culvert Project and return the balance of the funds to the drainage fund.
Seconded.
So this project came in over $29,000 under budget.
Wow.
Great job to all those involved. I know that town staff picked up a number of the items in order to save the taxpayers' money, as well as the contractors were very efficient and again, further saved the taxpayers' money. So
Great job, everyone.
Yes, thank you so much.
any further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Councilmember Safranek,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz and fellow board members, I have resolution number 27-350, 2021 to make appropriate transfers per the 2021 adopted budget.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Councilmember Safranek,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Fellow board members and Supervisor Schultz, I have resolution 27-351, 2021 to hire personnel and make the attached changes.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Councilmember Safranek,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution 27-352, 2021 to issue a negative declaration and adopt local law number 16, 2021 to amend the Henrietta Town Code to address prohibited activities in town parks.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Councilmember Safranek,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner. Oh, I didn't hear you.
Did you miss me?
I missed you. I'm sorry.
There was a
There's a
buzz sound that happened as she was responding with.
Oh, it was the door. That's funny. Okay. Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Okay, so before we go on this one, we have a choice to make. There are two versions of this resolution. One that opts out of retail dispensaries and on-site consumptions sites, and the other one that just opts out of on-site consumption sites. So this is just a discussion amongst the town board. Do you have a preference as to which one will go? And I'll start off to make it easy. I would like to vote on the one that just opts out of the consumption site. So in effect, we would be opting in on the dispensaries.
Mr. Supervisor, I agree with that. That's after hearing from
Yeah,
so
just-
many people, and I can tell you that when I've talked to friends of mine, they know how I feel about marijuana, that I'm not a big fan of it. I can say that you know, that it's not gonna stop anybody in Henrietta from smoking it if we are taking it or eating it or drinking it, if we opt out of the stores or distribution centers, excuse me. So that's why I'm voting for it with and with getting the 3% that we will get from the taxes. Thank you.
You want to go next?
Um, I am fully in favor of opting into the cannabis dispensaries. I think we've heard a lot of really good information and input on both sides. I agree with Councilmember Stafford that by opting out of dispensaries, that we are not, it is not going to have any impact on use at all. But the fact that it is a highly regulated industry, I think that's something that indicates that this is something that we should opt into so that we can bring some of the gray market out of the shadows and into the light. Personally, I am okay with opting into on-site consumption sites as well, the cannabis lounges. I don't find any of the arguments against it particularly compelling. And I would be willing with highly regulated areas and in specific zones for us to be opted into the on-site consumption sites. But I'm aware that not everyone is comfortable with that at this time. And so I would be okay with that.
When we vote on to opt out on the onsite, you would vote no.
Yes.
So, okay. Figured you knew that, but just to make sure we're clear. Robert, Lisa?
Ladies first.
So I will be really honest and say that I came into this entire issue with a little different opinion based on my thought process. But after hearing so many people talk about, and also knowing people talk about, you know, how it significantly has changed their lives for the positive. You know, I mean, I went to school in an era where we had potheads, you know, and we drank alcohol and there was no, we drank alcohol. It was 18 was the limit, you know, you could drink at 18. So I'm looking at this in a different light because I'm realizing that the people that are going to be going there are not going to be the 16-year-olds. It's going to be the adults. And I mean, I'm certain that there are people that are going to be there, go there and use it for recreation, you know, to get high or to do whatever. But I'm also realizing how many people out there actually need it just to have a decent life. And that's where my struggle is coming into, is because we had multiple people tonight. We had that woman at the last meeting. I've talked to people where I know that with severe back problems and emotional issues and things like this actually helps them just exist. So I'm really struggling, but I know that we have 3 votes here already. So I'm leaning towards opting in. My heart goes out to these people with the medical reasons, and it's so expensive. And, you know, I mean, the way you talked, it's like, you know, a kid going to an older brother, go buy me liquor at the liquor store. I mean, you know, you're probably going to still have that at this type of a place, but
that could still happen if it was in
anywhere. It can
Brighton,
happen
right?
anywhere. It can
So they'd be
truly
drive to
happen
Brighton to
anywhere.
do
And
that, right?
I think if we can just regulate education, and I was very impressed by the young lady that spoke tonight in saying that, you know, we try to educate people that walk in, you know, just with the CBD oil. And I know I have a friend that used to sell that, and, you know, she was very much about telling you what was good and bad about it. I don't know, my heart just goes out to some of these people that I know need it just to survive. So I think I'm leaning in that direction.
Rob?
The only reason why I would vote for this is for the medical use. I think marijuana makes you lazy. I think it makes you not pay attention, things of that nature. But for medical use, for pain, for people who have MS, for people that have PTSD, I think the dispensaries would be very good for that purpose. But with reservations, I would like to see, where would we have these? Are we going to have them in an industrial limited area?
So right now, it's only legal in industrial limited unless there were a future local law change to change that. That's it. Now, I will note that because the regional market is not subject to zoning laws, in addition to being allowed in the ILCD areas, it would be allowed in the regional market.
Very well aware of that.
Yep.
Nothing we can do about that portion of it. I just don't want to see the whole regional market end up being like a dispensary for everybody who wants to go in there.
I doubt.
But there's
that-
nothing we can do about that either.
Well, there isn't, but with that said, they're doing a limited number of licenses and I doubt they're going to issue them all to the regional market. So I really don't see that as a risk, especially since I don't think the regional market falls into the, as an area that was adversely affected by the previous cannabis laws. So I think, to be honest, we'll be lucky if we get one in town. It's possible there could be two. There's going to be some competition. There's multiple people who have an interest in going for this. I know I personally would prefer to see locally owned, local smaller businesses than some of the big corporate giants who are looking to move into this business. But I don't know that we can control that either. Maybe when I do know that they've talked about that the town board can write a letter of support or letter of opposition when the license comes in. And, maybe that's something we can put in our letter is, that the town believes that, we'd prefer see it go to a locally owned business rather than an out-of-state, corporation type of things. But again,
Yeah, well, we know how that goes.
until they finish those laws, we're not 100% certain what we will and won't be able to say.
Money begots money, so the big guys are definitely going to be in on this. As far as distances from amusement parks, I mean, we heard Glenna say she's got a place in Eastview Mall. I mean, that could be next to, let's just say, Toys R Us. If we have a place like, let's just say, the Clubhouse, or we've got in the mall, there's the little racing place, wherever that is.
Or the,
Yeah, so right now, to my knowledge, there are 0 children-oriented stores or businesses in any of the adult use districts or in the regional market. So I don't think that's an issue right now. That is certainly something that would have to be addressed if we ever looked at expanding the area.
Well, I know this can be
To-
changed
to
by a
Jefferson
future
Road.
board. I
It's
know that.
potentially right, but
Right.
it's something good to note, especially since 3 of the board members are the same and the other 2 are sitting out in the audience, that it's something we should absolutely pay close attention to if we ever do decide to, like I said, there's certainly a lot of businesses clamoring on Jefferson Road for us to do an overlay district by special use permit. And that is something, those are things we can absolutely increase, and we can define if the law isn't clear we can either wait till the law defines it, or again, from a zoning standpoint, we can define our distances. So if it's any portion of the property to any portion of the property, if it's front door to front door, if they back up to it, that we require them to put, a 6-foot security fence, there's
right.
All those zoning related things we can absolutely put into that. One of the things we've talked about is that we could put in conditions for, additional considerations as part of the special use permit process. So even if you don't have hard numbers that say they can't be within this, can't be within that, you could basically say, pay special attention to the potential adverse impact for any other storefront that's within 100 feet, 200 feet.
Well, one of the questions that
kind of
Mike
stuff.
asked, Stafford asked, Councilman Stafford asked, was the distances between prohibited.
Yeah, the law, to my knowledge, the law hasn't been clear as to how that's measured. But the other, like I said, if we want to, you can't be less than those, right? Those are the state law. You have to be compliant with those.
Right.
But again, we could say you have to be 1,000 feet from a school or playground, right?
Right.
As part of our zoning laws.
Right.
And in which case, that's what the greater of the two numbers is what would apply.
Because in listening to all the great reasons why this should be allowed for people that are suffering from MS, and I have friends that have MS, and they use the product and they take gummies too because it helps them. So that's a need for them, and having just 2 dispensaries is
tough,
really tough.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I really do feel that we're going to have after listening to what we've heard, you're going to have a lot of shops out, even in our town, with or without us saying yes, they're going to be there. So I'm just hoping that when that happens, it happens to be a good thing and not something that we regret later. But I would opt in for dispensaries and opt out for the lounge.
Yeah, I didn't clarify that. I agree with you. I'm not for the lounges. I'm for the dispensaries.
Okay.
Yeah, I would not do the lounges. So.
Yeah, for me, like I said, there's just way too many questions with the lounges. I just don't have a good feel for what that means. And when I see all the potential problems associated, I haven't seen that those are well mitigated to date.
I'll say this, I think they're coming.
I don't disagree with you, but going back to, again, I see the use for those who currently have to use all the additional expense and difficulty with obtaining medical marijuana. I see that as a huge benefit. I do generally tend to think of marijuana is not all that different than alcohol. I have a bunch of friends who consume way too much alcohol and have the same characteristics that you think comes from pot. So I see that more as, again, a behavioral issue than a particular substance. It's just there's other substances that people can have that same
I agree.
effect on.
Probably can make you a
But
lot
with
more
that
comfortable.
said, as I've said, to me, the big difference between an alcohol bar and a cannabis bar is we have a lot of familiarity with the alcohol bar, and don't get me wrong, there are still problems, but so there was this thing about that bars don't pay attention. As someone who worked at or with a bar previously, I can tell you that that is not true, that the bartenders do pay attention.
Yeah,
Now, they can't
liability.
always catch them.
Right.
But, dram shop laws, that bar is liable if they serve somebody who is publicly intoxicated, and allow them to walk out that door and get into an accident. They are liable. So they absolutely do pay attention to that. That's one of the things. Will the dram shop laws apply to cannabis bar? I don't know if that question's been answered. And I will say that because of those dram shop laws, the bars do pay a lot more attention to it. There is whereas I think sometimes some of it can be unfair. Because, for instance, one of my roommates in college was an alcoholic, and he could be blowing 2 to 3 times the legal limit, and most people would not know because they just don't know him.
Right.
And he was
Functioning alcoholic.
he was a highly functional
I think
alcoholic.
we all know ones that are like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's functioning weed heads too.
There are, and so, like I said,
100% correct.
with that said, as much as that I have an issue with some of that unfairness, I will say that the dram shop laws have absolutely increased the awareness of bars about letting people to go home. Although, again, I think the bigger thing was the designated driver, and I would love to see a similar campaign for marijuana use. So I personally would rather see the dispensaries here a while, that education going out, more familiarity, people learning what their tolerances are, because absolutely different people are affected in different ways by different levels of THC. you know, most people know how they are affected by alcohol by this point. Most people do not know how they are affected by marijuana. And so that to me is another reason I'd rather see them, for lack of a better way to put it, for learning that lesson in the safety of their own home versus out in the bar where they now have to get home via driving. So to me, that's the big difference.
You know, I'm really, I'll be really interested to see how the social equity component of all this helps all our communities too. I mean, that's a very interesting thing about this also.
And especially, to be blunt, I hope it really helps the city, because that's where you certainly saw, I'll call it, you know, there was a huge inequity in the enforcement of drug laws, not just in marijuana, but especially when you got to cocaine, and how powdered cocaine and crack cocaine were treated very differently. And to be perfectly blunt, it was largely the color of the skin of the clientele. And that's unfortunate. And so if this can help repair some of the neighborhoods that were ravaged both by the illegal drug trade as well as by the inequitable enforcement of the drug war, I think that's huge.
I agree.
Just like to add, it's a shame that the people who need it medically had to resort to some of the things they had to do, buying it illegally and things like that they made it so difficult. I mean, you can go get any kind of, you know, go get all sorts of pills down at Wegmans and nobody, you know, it's perfectly fine, but you give a hard time if somebody needs medical marijuana.
Right. I will say, again, to be fair to Albany, and I know I kidded about it earlier, but to be fair to Albany, the fact that it is still criminalized at the federal level creates issues for the, not just obviously for, it creates issues for the retail dispensaries, but it also creates issues for the medical dispensaries as well. So like I said, hopefully Congress will get its act together and I'm not asking them to legalize it. I think that should be a state by state decision and not a federal decision. I just wish they would decriminalize it so that these dispensaries could use banks, could use credit cards, could use the stuff that every other retail store gets to use.
Maybe after they get the tax money, it'll change.
Yeah.
So. Okay, so it sounds like Millie, you're going to put forth the second version of 353.
Okay.
Because it sounds pretty unanimous that we're all in on the dispensaries.
All right, sounds good.
So to be clear, just because it doesn't say what the second version is necessarily on the agenda, what?
The second issue version is the one that is to opt out. It says it right in the resolution when she reads it.
Oh, you're gonna, okay. I didn't know she was gonna read the resolution.
Yeah, she's gonna read the
Usually
resolution.
don't do that.
Okay.
Well, just the summary.
Right, the summary says exactly what the difference is. So go ahead and read.
Mr. Supervisor, fellow town board members, I have resolution 27-353, 2021 to issue a negative declaration and adopt local law number 17 of 2021 to opt out of cannabis on-site consumption sites.
Second, this is one of those things that's always funny when the person who's reading the resolution is someone who's going to vote against it, but it's just the way, for those who don't know, the town clerks, they do a round robin is, so it's just the way it falls sometimes.
So, yep, and so this resolution is to, we are opting in to on-site dispensaries and
Correct.
opting out to on-site consumption
Right.
sites.
So because the local law does not opt out of dispensaries, in effect, that's the default
Right.
action is to opt in.
Yes.
So we've obviously just had a whole lot of discussion. Is there any further discussion? And that now, because it's the actual resolution on the board, if anybody in the audience wishes to make any additional comment, they are welcome to. Hearing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Councilmember Safranic,
No.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Thank you, everybody, again, to everybody who participated. Whereas it's a very often controversial and emotional subject, are just super impressed by the participants who've been here, over the last 2 or 3 meetings where we've discussed this. It's been phenomenal.
I was really surprised that we didn't have more people here against it. That really surprised me.
That'll come later.
I'm sorry.
That'll come later.
Well, again, it's the multiple opportunities that we had.
Right.
And we're representing the public, and the public that we're seeing, it makes it difficult because I was really surprised that we didn't have.
Well, in the first, so the 3 meetings, the first one wasn't technically a public hearing. It was calling
Right.
for the public hearing. We had a number of people voice their opinion then. And, it was interesting. There was mixed conversation. And again, I think those individuals are still, I don't know that we necessarily changed their minds in the discussion, but I think some of them also went away realizing, again, to me, the biggest thing that a lot of individuals were objecting to was really about the passing of the law in Albany,
Which
not
we
about
can't
whether us opting in. And that a lot of the stuff, the effects that they were objecting to were still would still affect us if the store were just on the north side of Brighton Henrietta Town Line Road.
right.
So I think that realization is why you didn't see them back here
Yeah.
tonight. They said their piece very eloquently.
I'm
and
certain, like
previous
Rob
one.
said, that we, or Council.
Plus,
Charlie
it's
said
snowing out and it wasn't a casino.
It wasn't well, if it was a casino, my mother would be in the front row telling you to go for it.
I heard around the county, some of them got more vocal than, where they weren't as we brought
absolutely.
up here, that it was, everybody spoke,
Eloquently. Yep.
Well, And maybe the possibility is that they've realized exactly what Supervisor Schultz said, is that it's already passed. You're not going to stop it from being legal. All you're going to do is, so
Right.
I don't know. I think that was my biggest surprise, is that we didn't have more people here.
Although
against
some
it.
of at least in a couple of the other towns, the bigger troublemakers were people from even outside Monroe County
Right.
coming here to lobby for it.
Yeah.
And they were disruptive and,
Well, I'm kind of
abusive.
surprised that, some people that came, they didn't go to their own town board meetings to talk about this. They came here.
It sounds like they missed, they weren't, like that one
Right.
woman said, I didn't know it was advertised in my town, but I work here. And yeah, I
I mean,
guess
even
I
in the
was-
city, they didn't go to the city. They opted
I
in
was
for both things.
surprised. Really, the majority of what we had is health reasons, and
Yep.
It's compelling.
It is. Well, thank you for everybody involved, and fellow board members. I have resolution 27-354, 2021 to reject all bids for prime contractor on the sewer and drainage garage project and rebid as general construction only under Wick's law.
Seconded.
So, as we said, unfortunately, the way our town attorney brought this to our attention, and we did some digging, and there was a respondent who we had tried to fix it with the feed duct number 3. They didn't understand that. And we checked with them, and they specifically said the reason they asked but didn't submit is because they wanted to do the steel only and couldn't do the other components. So, the unfortunate part is we did receive bids. I spoke to the winning bid, explained it to him. He understood. He's like, this, it sometimes happens. It's, so they're going to respond. We're going to do it quickly. We're going to want to have a special meeting of the town board after the bids are received, because if we don't get our steel orders in soon, we won't have steel in 2020, 2022. So, it's unfortunate that we missed that going in. Part of it was when we first put this out, it was before we'd seen the huge effect of the supply chain on the steel prices. And originally, if you go back to the old original steel prices, there was a chance it could come in under 500K. So that was the original bid, and we decided to put it back out, not thinking that, we should have done it as just the general construction portion only. And then, like I said, once it was out, it was too late to recall it. So we said, okay, let's do a deduct to say, get rid of the MEP. And then essentially we could have approved it. But unfortunately, as I said, one respondent didn't bid because of that, and it's not fair to them. So rather than have somebody sue us for an improper bid procedure, we're gonna throw them out and come back by Friday, January 7th. Those who've responded previously, all they'll have to do is delete their MEP portion. The folks who hadn't responded, we told them, start looking over the new stuff or the stuff we have currently. I mean, that was this afternoon. The new stuff will come out, and we double checked with them to make sure that they felt they could have a bid response by Friday, January 7th. We wanted to make it as short a time frame as possible, but not make it that they didn't have, due time to consider and put their bid response together. So they felt that was adequate time. So it's frustrating, but it's the law. So, and I won't use my colorful language this afternoon that I used this afternoon. And Linda informed me it was not French. Okay, any further discussion? I will also like to add, thank you, Chris Martin and Chris Hauser, for cranking through to put out together the new bid specifications so we could actually get them out this afternoon, so they're all ready to go. No, it was a team effort. It was a team miss. There you go. There was more conversation from the back of the room from Chris Martin.
And he really knows better.
He does know better, but okay. If it was worth repeating, I'd repeat it. We're just so nice to each other, aren't we? So hearing no further comments, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Councilmember Zafranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. I am going to pause in the reading of resolutions because before the last resolution, we will need to enter executive session. And we are going to have to return from executive session, but I would rather do the other portions of the agenda first so that if there's anybody waiting for those other portions, they'd be free to go home. Hopefully executive session won't take long, but I've said that before and they've gone longer than I'd hoped. So with that said, we're going to pause on the resolutions and we'll go to, are there any additional discussion items from either the board or the public? Coming up.
Is the special meeting that you called going to be on the 7th as well? Do you have a time?
We have not set up a time yet. I wanted to get together with you. I'd love to have it. So the bids are due at and will be opened at I think it was 10 o'clock. Is that correct?
But you do plan on having a meeting sometime on the 7th, right? I just want to lock it in.
That's what I would like to. Yeah. So if you guys can, I was going to send out an email and see if we could figure out a time, but yes, it would be on the 7th. If that doesn't work, I'd want to do it real early on the following Monday, but I'd prefer doing it on a Friday because again, I'd like to get the order in. Are there still, is there Are we allowed virtual?
We do have a hand raised.
Well,
No, before I go there, I'm asking Don
Yeah.
whether we could have.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Go ahead.
yes, you can still have a virtual meeting through the 15th of January, I believe. And
Okay.
Perhaps they'll
So if
they'll
it's
extend it
easier
also.
for those, like if we wanted to do it at a lunch hour and people are at work, they could virtual in. So
It probably would take us longer to drive here than it would take us for the actual meeting, right?
I would agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, because basically what's going to happen, we're going to have the bid, we'll email it out as soon as it's here. And we would basically then just approve that bid. Okay, so like I said, we'll arrange that time via email, and email out will then obviously have to post an announcement for when that meeting is going to take place. Okay, you said you had an additional discussion item from someone online?
Yes, Kevin Yost has his hand raised. Let me allow him to speak.
Yes, public portion, Kevin Yost, 1474 Mill Road. Sad to see council members Stafford and Barley go. I didn't cast a vote because I couldn't decide, and other elections in November too. I know they'll do well in their new positions, and Councilman Barley in the planning board, and Councilman member Stafford on the fire board of commissioners. Ideally, I'd love to have all 6 on there, but realistically, state does not allow a town our size to have that many board members, and we don't need that many board members, and we're not Amherst, Greece, Chickawaga, Tonawanda, and yes, I'm involved in the parish in Knights of Columbus with Councilman-elect Page, and then Councilman-elect Belanca was a year ahead of me in high school, and Page was vice principal, and we were freshmen, and Belanca a sophomore, and Belanca and I and a member and another classmate who got elected school board this past spring. Took a college visit field trip to Nazareth 30 years ago. And I'd also like to suggest maybe if it's not a conflict of interest being on the planning board, that Councilman Barley maybe try to maybe be on the ad hoc diversity committee. I won't bore you to death with all the people I've suggested be on that ad hoc committee who I emailed Supervisor Schultz over.
I've been receiving those, Kevin. Thank you.
Kev, you're killing me. You didn't vote?
If I'd have
Kev, you didn't vote?
If I'd have cast a vote, I voted in one election and voted on the state constitutional propositions. But had I cast a vote for Supervisor Schultz, I don't typically vote on unopposed candidates, but he would have had an even number. He was like the 99, 5,000 something, 99 something votes. I don't remember.
You know, you could have wrote your name in to be the supervisor against him.
No, I don't know what I'm doing to be that or town board or planning board or zoning board, too mathematical.
Well, thanks for I appreciate your support, Kev.
Thank you.
Kevin, thank you. Just want to thank you too for being involved in coming to some meetings and virtually and in person over the years that I've been on the board. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Any further additional discussion items, board or public coming up?
Hi, my name's Lynn Keenan. I live Sisson Drive, Henrietta. I've been here for almost 30 years. I also own property on Erie Station Road, which you are now apparently building a sledding hill.
Yep.
My question is, I'm obviously too late to discuss that. But does the town not notify the neighbors when they're doing a project? I mean, if I go to put a new shed up and I have to get a variance, the whole neighborhood gets informed.
So for any public hearing, if what we were doing required a public hearing, yes, there would be a notification.
Okay.
But what we're doing did not require a variance to do that on our land. So no, there was not a.
So is this officially going to become a park? I'm told no.
I think it actually is already technically a park.
No, it has no trespassing signs on it.
I don't, supervisor's looking at me. I have no idea. I don't even know where
It
this
is,
is.
it has
So
had
it's
no
land-
trespassing.
Hold
for-
on. It's land that was donated to the town as part of a cluster development. Years ago, it's next to the Legacy. Years ago, they cleared it. I don't know that it's no trespassing, because I don't know that we can have no trespassing if but I know there was no hunting signs put up on there, because on public lands, you can't hunt,
I'd have to look at the transaction to see whether it's a park or not.
right?
I don't know offhand.
So with making it a park, you're saying it's already a park?
It's distinctly possible. There's a bunch of stuff, depending on how it was accepted, it could already. So we've run into this before with other land where we've tried to do something non-park like with it. And we would have to go through what's called parkland alienation process.
But supervisor, I don't think it really matters if it's a park, right? I mean, it's your own, it's the town's land.
No, I
right?
understand that. Just so you understand, the reason he's asking whether it's a park is because I don't know if you're the individual, but somebody, do you own the land next door?
Yes.
And you hunt that land currently?
Yes.
And he's afraid there's hunting regulations being within a distance of the park.
Okay.
Now, what I don't know is if they have a designation of a winter park. You know, in that regards, but I don't know.
And what is my other part of that was, is there legal not restrictions, but liabilities that being named a park, you're not legally responsible for people attending, being not labeled a park? What's the liability? to the
So for
town?
instance, clearly the DPW's area outside the DPW, that's not a park. Pump stations, they're town land, but they're not
Right.
parks, right?
But they're technically not open to the public.
This place is open to the public and it's not a park.
It's been open to the public, right?
falls
So to answer your question, the state has a whole bunch of rules that we can't contradict in that regard. So I don't know that anybody's done an analysis. As our town attorney has stated, a lot of it depends on how the land was gifted, how it was received. You know, so for instance, in the resolution that purchased the land both north and south of Martin Road, it was they purchased it for the purpose of creating a park. And even though there has not been a park created on the southern portion of the land, it is still technically parkland and has to go through parkland alienation in order to use it for another purpose. So that's what we're saying. I don't know. We've not done that analysis yet.
Okay. But basically what you're saying is you don't have to know the neighbors if the town.
We would if we're doing something that is outside the allowed use, but so going back to your variance. So for instance, if you put in a shed that you didn't need a variance, you don't have to notify your neighbors either. If you put on a porch within the rules, you don't have to notify your neighbors. I could go on and on, right?
I get it.
It's the things that require us if it's a special use permit required, that requires a public hearing. If there's a variance needed, that requires a public hearing. Am I missing any?
Subdivision, rezone.
Subdivision and rezone.
But like if you go to build a house on a lot that's already a single family lot, all you need is a building permit.
Right.
Right.
You don't have to notify your neighbors.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, that was it.
You
Thanks,
bet.
Mr. Keenan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will do an analysis to try to get that answer for you as to whether it's considered park or not. But like I said, the state defines a lot of those rules.
Hello, my name is John Culver. I live in Henrietta.
We can't.
John,
My name is John
Hold
Culver.
on.
I
Could you
live in-
move the microphone up?
Sorry.
There you go.
your last name, John?
Culver.
Culver.
Lived in Henrietta my whole life. I've been hunting that land for 32 years. And my concern is with people being allowed to go on there, what's going to stop them from going into the woods or disrupting the natural flow of the deer? Because right now, There's a field in the back that nobody has access to. What's going to stop people from going back there or coming onto the property and affecting my livelihood?
What's to stop them from doing that today?
They don't do it because nobody goes on the property. There's posted signs all over, and there's posted signs on the front you guys got. You said you didn't have.
So that,
There says no trespassing. There's 3 of them from the town.
so then we could post those same signs along the border. If those keep people from going on that land today, then the answer to you is we could move those signs to the edge that you're concerned.
But the problem is right now, people don't know they can go into that field. Once they're up in there, they're just gonna go wherever they want, just like they do in parks. That's what people do.
But you're saying the reason they don't go up there is because it's posted
From
no
the front, right?
trespassing.
Because nobody knows that they can go on you guys are saying that it's a park, it's an open land for people to go on. They don't know that right now. They think it's closed off and nobody can go on there. So now you're letting people on there to go sledding, and they're gonna be up there, they're gonna walk around, they're gonna go onto the property, and they're gonna. do
But
what they
people don't know that they can't go onto your farm, or the farm or the wooded area. So what's keeping them from going there today?
Posted signs, and
There
the
you
fact that
go.
they can't get into where you guys are letting them in now.
But
That's what
people
I'm
can go
saying.
onto the legacy. What's to stop them from walking next door onto this field? People can go
The
on,
signs right now, but you're allowing people into this area is what I'm saying, and you're making it easier for them to get into the woods.
I
Is
mean,
what I'm saying.
first of all, where exactly is this property? Because I'm not entirely sure
so
exactly where the.
it's
property
on
is.
Erie Station Road.
Uh-huh.
It's,
You're clearing it. You've got
right.
like, you've
Well,
cleared some land over there.
no, we
haven't
haven't
you?
cleared any, it was cleared
Cleared.
years ago,
Okay, okay.
long ago.
But
Hey,
I-
John,
7 years ago.
I'm in front of you, John.
No.
What is your livelihood? You said,
I like the deer hunt, and
Okay.
this is what I've been hunting for 32 years. I love hunting this area, and I've, worked hard over the years to I'm the one that puts posted signs all around the woods. I'm always catching people in there every year because they come from the walking trail, but now this is going to make it easier for people to just come wandering, especially during deer season.
okay.
And that's all I'm saying.
Hunting,
This is
okay.
just-
And-
I'm just
and-
speaking
Gotcha.
on my,
Well, so like I said,
And I-
the only thing that prevents them, quote unquote, prevents them, there's nothing that prevents them.
Mhm.
The only thing that is there, you're saying there's no posting signs or no trespassing signs.
correct.
We will move those to the edge of the field so that the same thing that you're saying, they don't walk in there today. Well, that, no public access beyond this point.
So,
And I understand what you're saying, because
Yeah.
now there's going to be a parking lot in there, so people are going to be closer to your
Right,
particular.
they're
So
just
I do
gonna-
get what you're saying. There's a parking lot there now, so people might go park there and go walking through the
Yeah.
woods. So I do get what you're saying, but,
And it's not that big of an area, and I got some
Right.
stands where I can see the field. I'm far enough away, but
right.
if kids come up there and see me shoot a deer or something, they're gonna
right,
cause
yeah,
problems
It's
for
a
them.
safety concern.
Safety
Um,
issue, yeah.
Yeah,
What,
exactly.
can you remind me again? I'm sorry, when exactly is deer hunting season?
It starts October 1st and it runs all the way through to December 21st. And then this year they're doing something new where they closed it and now they're gonna reopen it on the 26th of January 1st.
So do you do both gun and arrow and bow?
Just bow in there, that's
Just
all.
bow.
So potentially through like October 1st, you said through
From
January 1st?
October 1st to December 17th is like all
Is
the
the
bow
general
season, the
time.
gun season and the extended season. And then this
Okay.
year they extended it a week they call it a holiday hunt.
All right, so mostly we're concerned about those couple of weeks in December when people might be using the sledding hill. 'Cause,
Oh,
I
you
mean,
mean
we're
for
not
the-
gonna
when
get a
the
whole lot of
snow
snow in,
falls. Yeah.
in
I got you.
October, November.
Yeah, it's just, I'm just, because I've dealt with people in the past that just walked in there and,
Yeah.
you try to be polite and tell them and they just basically say they're gonna do whatever they want to do. So this
Yeah.
is just making it easier and that's my concern.
I understand your argument that it's making it easier, but again, they can walk in that field today. They can walk on the Lehigh Valley Trail on the other side today.
Right.
They
I'm
can
aware of
walk
that.
down that driveway to where the old,
Golf course.
no, it's,
the
the greenhouses.
greenhouses. Oh,
I can tell you as someone we've had to patrol and arrest people from riding their motorized vehicles on the Lehigh Valley Trail. Gates are not a huge hindrance.
I was
But
part of the people calling the cops for
Right.
that because I could see them racing up and down the
yeah,
tracks.
we have arrested a couple.
Good.
You know, so again, I understand your concern. I will make sure that we move a whole bunch of posted signs. We'll line that, the boundaries of the property with posted signs.
Thank
So-
you.
Just,
I assume you would prefer not to have a fence because that would limit some of the motion of movement of the animals, or let me ask that. And you could think about it and get back to me.
Yeah, gotcha.
so.
They jump fences.
They do, but so do the two-legged,
My thought was maybe just more of a visual barrier, like a snow fence or something along those lines, for the few weeks that we'd be talking about. I know it'd be.
well, and we put
Work,
snow
but-
fences up typically in, I want to say it's November timeframe.
Right.
Craig's nodding his head. So, you know, we could
Right.
have it, we could put them up even. Like I said, you guys think about the fence as to whether permanent, whether we look at a permanent fence, whether we would look at a temporary snow fence type structure. We can look at some alternatives. If we find that the posted signs, again, obviously, nothing's working perfect because you're chasing some people out of there today. But my point is, if we're seeing that there's a whole lot of people who are crossing in there from the town facility, we can switch that up.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys making any summer sausage, man? What's going on?
And
Good one.
thank you for having the patience to wait through the long
Great,
meeting.
yeah, this is a long
Yes.
meeting.
Any other additional?
Probably easier than a
discussion
tree
items
stand,
before the
huh?
public? Okay, any committee or miscellaneous reports?
Quickly, Wednesday, December 29th, there's 2 sessions of family bingo at the library, one at 3, one at 4. There's still openings. The library is doing a New Year's Eve thing on December 30th at noon, but it's an outdoor activity, but unfortunately that is full and there is a long waiting list. The library is going to be closed the 24th, the 25th, the 26th, and the 27th for the Christmas holiday. And then it's also going to be closed the 31st and the 1st for New Year's. And if you have extra books, puzzles, games, whatever that you want to donate to the library, they're always looking for those.
That's good to know. I've got a lot of extra books and puzzles and games. The Brush Henrietta School District, of course, had their budget vote, which their special vote, which passed, related to the Fields and Access Road in the Good Shepherd area. And also the school district has a test to stay policy right now, so that students who are exposed to COVID can go to the Good Shepherd location and get tested. And if it's negative, they're allowed to stay in school. It's been something that's been very helpful. But also at that Good Shepherd location, they have more of the at-home COVID tests. So any families that might need or want COVID tests for the holidays, they can go to the Good Shepherd location and pick some up.
Great information. I heard the teachers been using that tester state too.
Oh, that's probably true. I hadn't heard that, but I think
Mhm.
that's probably true.
And the recreation department has a ton of,
Right, so we've been distributing the additional test kits through the recreation department. I also reached out to Meals on Wheels, since they go to a lot of people who are homebound. So hopefully we'll hear back from their volunteers, be able to distribute that way. We have taken them to senior living facilities and other places where there tends to be people unable to drive to pick up. And we are going to be reaching out to churches and other similar organizations within Henrietta to get them out. You know, a lot of this was to get stuff out before Christmas vacation, but I think it's not going to disappear in January.
Right.
So even if we get some out, you know, going on down the road, I think it'll still be beneficial. So we still have a good number of kits left. And, you know, again, so if you're someone, a pastor or involved in a church, have the pastor reach out to us. I've got a list of a number of pastors, but I certainly don't have a comprehensive list of them all. So I'll be reaching out and trying to get the word out to again, get kits to them to help them distribute it to their parishioners as just another avenue to get the stuff out. And again, it doesn't have to be a religious organization. We'll also be reaching out to folks like Moose, Elks, Legion, folks like that. So
Great.
That was on my list of,
Sorry.
Parks and Rec, uh-huh.
I apologize. It
But-
just came to I was
Yeah.
just thinking because I had gone and
no,
gotten.
no problem, but I just want to add to that, you know, you can pick the kids up during any open hours at the rec center, but if you bring your ID, that's one thing that I was reminded of.
yeah,
Make
they
sure you
are
bring
for
your-
Henrietta residents.
Right.
They
Make
didn't
sure-
ask me for ID.
oh, Well, maybe they knew you. They didn't ask me either, but they did know it. So on that, on the Parks and Rec, I want to just add that, you know, I've been the liaison for the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, and it's been an honor. And I want to thank all the folks over there and all the hard work they do. Got great people working for our Parks and Rec department. And so it's been an honor to serve, like I said before. At the senior center on yesterday, they hosted their holiday lunch party. Guests included County Executive Adam Bello, County Legislator Michael Udelson, and our Town Supervisor Steve Schultz.
It was a great event, very well attended. It just the whole, you know, and as I kidded with Shelley, it's a shame that the people don't appreciate what a great staff they've got there. That they couldn't stop raving about Shelley and her team and the services done by
Everybody I
them.
talked to just loves
I
Shelley. and
know,
her
I was
food,
being
so I'm like,
facetious, because I mean, every time we'd say something, it was like, boy, if you said you had to wait a long time for the applause to die down. It's they
great.
really do a great job, and it's great to see the appreciation and the participation. And there's a number of people who've been in senior centers and other communities, and they said ours is the best, bar none. And again, it's Shelley and her team plays a huge part in that, as well as the support she gets from the town board.
I was going to say, I've talked to other people at senior centers in other towns, and all they do is rave about Shelley.
Right. I've heard the same, you know, and the folks over the seniors who attend there, they love her.
Oh, yeah.
And I
Absolutely.
understand why. You know, she does a great job. So I just want to remind the recreation holiday hours, recreation center holiday hours would be Friday, December 24th. They're closing at noon. They're closed on the 25th and 26th. On Friday, December 31st, they're closing at 5 p.m. On the 1st of January, they are closed altogether. All the other days are open their regular hours. Right. Then
You know-
also- Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I thought you finished, Stafford. Go ahead. I'm
I just
good.
want to, you know, also on, you know, I attended the CHS ambulance board meeting last week. A lot was talked about the discount for your property tax for the volunteers. That was the big thing. And of course, the backups are still having at the hospitals. So once again, and on those, like I said, I was a liaison for CHS and for their fire department, and really it was a pleasure to serve. So thank you. Thank you.
You know what's amazing? I mean, our county executive does a great job looking out for our towns and our schools. Because I was talking to a relative that lives down in Bridgeport, Syracuse area, and they wanted to get tested. They wanted to get a quick test. Their county didn't opt in to get those things, to get the test kit. So they had to drive a half hour away to get tested. So kudos to our county executive, Adam Bello, and his team for really getting on top and trying to get us all tested so we're safe. So that's important.
Yeah.
And I saw something just before I left today on, I think it was our news or one of them that said the same thing, that
Really?
these people don't, and I'm not sure where it was, that I missed part of it. The same thing, that nobody had these tests. And I'm thinking, we got, here we are, we're very lucky for our leadership.
Yeah.
There's a lot of and, areas around the state where people are waiting hours in line to get test kits. So, and that they have to buy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Kudos to our county government.
By the way, I did find the names of the other two county legislators who worked on the getting the exemption for volunteer fire and ambulance. It was John Baines, who was on the lead, and Howard Mafucci and Michael Udelson on that. Were the group of three who really worked hard to get it through. And again, it was Senator Samara Brook and Assembly Member Jen Lunsford who moved it through all.
Great. Wow. Good team effort.
Yep. The others?
Just like to say thank you. I'm going to miss you guys. I'll miss picking on you, Lisa,
I'm
as I
gonna
do
miss your
all the
smiling
time.
face across the
Well, with
room
these masks, you can't see anything anymore.
We can
But,
always hear you laugh, Rob. No
Yeah.
matter where you are, we can
Oh,
always
still
hear you laugh.
even from planning board.
Well, I just want to thank you guys for having me. Thank the public for having me. And it's been a great 4 years. Very happy with the little involvement I had with the town because it was a eye-opening experience. So thanks a lot. I'll miss you guys.
We'll miss you.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to move to go to executive session. Again, we will be resuming regular session, so Becky will need your message up there. But interpreters will be done when we come back. All we're going to do is pass or reject resolution 27-355, and then we will be adjourning. So thank you for everybody's participation. Don, it's a different attorney. You don't need to stay either. So and again, staff members, except for Linda and Becky, I'll get to go home.
And Don, I'm sorry.
I should add that Joe and Rick, I would like you to join us if you're able, because they need to learn, because this is one isn't done yet. So
It's executive, I just want.
the executive session is open to any public member and anyone, public member, not public, any board member and any individual the board member invites.
Okay, I believe that.
I just read up on it to make
Okay.
sure
And
from
I
the executive
and I
session.
checked it out and I was told.
I'd like to point out that I was invited to a similar executive session when
Okay, if
when
you
the
checked it out, no
transition was
problem.
coming. As I was thinking, Rick and I have come full circle.
That's right. That is saying that she was the council member elect and came into a meeting when you were in, and now it's reversed.
Yeah.
Now she's the council member and you're the council member elect that coming into an executive session. So, okay, can I get a second? Well, go ahead.
Well, Mike, I think your microphone is off.
I want to thank Don too, also. He fielded a lot of my calls over the last 4 years, and so I appreciate that. And once again, you'll be seeing me still.
Thanks, I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
So can I get a second for the motion to?
But before, oh, sorry, I was gonna say, can we specify the topic of the executive session?
That's right on it. Matters regarding current litigation.
Second motion?
Okay, thank you. And any objections? Hearing no objections, we're going to move to executive session. And again, we will return to general session and act on resolution 27-355. Thank you.
Don, I'm gonna miss sitting next to you sometimes.
I see that you're back, but I just can't hear you guys yet. Maybe you didn't get my message. I'm sorry. I muted the main meeting room. And now you don't have Dawn, so you're on your own.
Can you hear us now?
I can hear you now. It seemed helpful at the time, but maybe in hindsight it wasn't.
Oh, it was a good idea.
Yeah, that was good.
Okay, so by unanimous consent, we return to regular session. And of course, I've closed my,
Yeah, we all closed them out.
I lost my sheet.
I was on news. I knew Steve was calling for it and somebody
Right.
else then he was seconding.
Hold
for
on.
it, So I'm not like, what happened?
one of the things we gotta start doing is hope, maybe put the summary in here, so that we don't
Right.
even have to go. Okay, hold on one second. Okay. Fellow board members, I have resolution 27-355, 2021 to authorize NYMER to make an offer of judgment for employment lawsuit number 3.
Second.
So again, this is with respect to pending lawsuits brought against the town for actions commenced prior to January 2018. Any further discussion?
No,
Hearing
sir.
none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. That concludes our resolutions. That concludes our board meeting. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Hearing no objections, meeting adjourned.
I was like, what am I?
Who's gonna
You
do
gonna
this?
I wanted to.
One of the retain, one of you two will have to do the so
You were
moved.
supposed
or-
to second? Okay,
No,
we gotta do it again
I'm
because
good.
Mike's got a
I'm good,
second.
I'm good. Let's go.
Millie withdrew her second. Mike,
Second.
Mike seconded.
Right?
I
That's the
know.
last
it's like,
time right
What are we
there.
gonna do? We're gonna have
No
to be the
objection,
ones to
meeting
do it.
adjourned.